Hello. How are you? How are you guys? Dude, I woke up this morning and I wanted to play Kerbal. Strangest thing. Didn't want to yesterday. Well, kind of did yesterday. But, yeah, I'm like, you know what? It was that freaking Radiant Aerospace, man. Those guys wanted, I kind of want to play Kerbal now. I got the hankering. I got the hankering from Radiant, man. No, I want to build something, yes. Yeah, I want to build something. It was this damn thing. This damn thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The hell? The heck, man? What made you stop playing it, though? Mission mode was too stressful with the holidays, dude. And I don't like admitting that a game was stressing me out, but it was stressing me out a little bit. I kind of just want to play some engineering mode and just kind of go from there. Anyway, gonna make a horizontal takeoff space plane? I don't know, Tessa. Maybe. I would rather not build Radiant because if we're gonna do that, if we were gonna do that, I'd want Star Raker. I'd want the Star Raker. This thing. That thing. That thing. But there's also other things that I want to mess with, too. How about SCRV? No. I don't want to build SCRV. I bet you can't build that? Zonic, I can build this. You know I can build this. You know that I know that you know that I know that I can build this. Just relax. It's big, Core, isn't it? Eve spaceplane. No. No. Yeah, if you don't know what Star Raker is, Star Raker, we were talking about horizontal takeoff and landing. We were talking about horizontal takeoff and landing yesterday. You know, Radiant uses that not the damn sled, but they use the sled to have the thing take off. This thing, Star Raker, basically has two XB-70 Valkyrie fuselages underneath it. There's two XB-70 fuselages basically duct taped to the bottom of this big plane fuselage. It's the same shape, which is actually kind of funny to me. It's the same exact shape as the Radiant plane, but instead of a sled, this has the sled bolted onto it. Because just like Elon says, just like what Robert Truax said, you know, with Sea Dragon and stuff, scale makes a difference. Scale is a little bit harder to build initially, but it pays off because electronics don't scale. They stay the same size, which is a very smart way to look at things. So that's why instead of a sled, they went with a bigger design, right? And they made it all one thing because with scale you can do that. Tessa, I haven't built in a while, but I don't know. I don't know what I want to do, guys. Let's just have some fun. Let's go into engineering mode and we'll just mess around. Same shape, same physics. I mean, Spraz, yeah, pretty much, dude. There's only so many ways you can make a re-entry vehicle that flies like that. Oh, man. There's only so many ways you can make a re-entry vehicle that's not a capsule. That's the reason why all the capsules... I'm over here, it's KSP. That's the reason why all the capsules are relatively similar shapes. Right? Like a Soyuz, the entry part of a Soyuz and a Dragon capsule are a very similar shape. They're not exactly the same, but they're all relatively the same shape. It's all a cone, right? The space shuttle in Buran, very similar shapes, because there's only so many ways you can try to, you know, capture a school bus-sized payload and bring it back down. So, yeah. I don't know, in before Starship. Dude, I kind of wanted to throw my hat into the ring with that thing. I was thinking about it. But yeah, we'll go from there. Mess around with hollow fuselage now that they've been improved to get load unload figured out. What do you mean? Why don't you try a starship? I could make a starship. S. I already did. Doesn't well. It kind of flies well, I suppose. How about? How about we do this? You guys remember this? I don't remember how to fly it. Hey, N9, what's going on? Launch? Oh. All right. This did not do payload deployment, John. I never did it. I never incorporated it in because at the time when we built this, Starship was SN10, SN11, no payload bay. Do you fly rockets with the flight stick? Yeah. Yeah, flight stick. It's better to control it. Yaw. Pitch. That's the motor clock. Forward pitch, aft pitch control. Alright, let's see if your boy remembers how to do
Discovery,
this.
go at throttle up.
Ready? I don't need to put the engineering mode tag on it. I'm just messing around. I mean, if you want, for old time's sake, let's go. Hey, Neat, what's going on? Yo, you ready for a big slider, dude? Big slider tomorrow is gonna be gnarly. Alright, let's see. I think my wings might be a little bit too big.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle up.
Nephodia, nice starship. Thank you. Doing old time's sake? Oh. Okay. Please hold. Oh, I can't see anything, man. See if I remember how to do this. Oh gosh, what are these glasses? Old school. Play Countdown. I can't play Countdown, man. Because somebody along the lines decided that me playing Countdown, even for like 30 seconds, entitles them to the entire monetary revenue stream of the stream. Yes, remember that whole part? Much lift. Agreed, top fuel. I forget how to do this. Okay, so we should prime the engines, turn the engines on. Front flaps open, center lift behind center of mass, flip over, fly backwards, close the front flaps, close the rear flaps, and then try to land it. Engines are on. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Well, we died. Oh! Oh, we don't die! Hey, does that count? Does that count? Hey, I hacked it. Does that count? The flowers are still standing. I don't think that's how Elon intended. Bonus and raise for 2022 or go with throttle up. Thanks for the entertainment. Here's your bonus. Thanks, man. I mean, any landing you can walk away from. Elon, write that down. Write that down. Did you guys see what he posted last night? Seriously, hold on. Hold on. You guys got to see this. Look. See what I'm seeing here? Perfect execution. Hey. Everett, if you said it, I'm in. I gotta figure out how to do that in KSP. I have no idea. No, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Yeah, Elon posted a simulation, SpaceX's simulation with acceleration and roll rates and altimeter. So it has the telemetry with it. JM, you seeing this? Yeah, screw the trajectories mod. I don't need that. Falcon 9 can find the drone ship, so can I. I found your engine. I don't think a Laurel Southern video is the engine. Dude, this is nuts. I don't believe it unless I've seen it done in KSP. Alright. What if Falcon 9 has the trajectories mod? It doesn't. It doesn't. Falcon 9 finds the drone ship and the landing site via radar reflection. $10 says I can do this in KSP. Yeah, but you'll probably do it half-assed and then say you've done it and then think you're really good at playing KSP after that. Just like you did with the reintegratable shuttle. Roasted. Flagging, don't give me the classy. You should be in school. Go pay attention in school, fool. Alright, I'll call that a win. Gotta be careful with that clipboard, Hellfish, am I right? Is that a... Ooh, someone wants to get killed, I see. someone wants to lose a couple of digits, I see. I love the nozzle. I think that might be an ablative nozzle. Is that a fire extinguisher in a plumber's torch? Where did you find this? That's pretty good. Oh, I see it now. No, that's oxygen. Hey, fire extinguishers have oxygen in them. Oh, this is just great. I mean, you'll make a really nice flamethrower. What's this COPV bottle doing up here? That's an overwrapped pressure vessel. What? Is that the fuel tank, or? It's not connected to anything. Yeah, Sonic, you see that? That's the scuba tank. Oh, for when it goes into the ocean. Yeah, I gotcha. It's RCS, duh! What is that, PY? Damn, dude. So yeah, okay, this thing kind of works. It's tough to get it to fall. Class is over. It ended at 12. Well, then go look at a school. Back to Kerbal? No. Yeah. Sí, Squall. Me gusta Nicaragua.
Robert Parker, are you there?
Eh? Okay.
That's affirmative.
Oh, no. No me gusta Nicaragua. Me gusta Kerbal. Sí, me gusta Kerbal. No, Nicaragua es bien, pero me gusta Kerbal. Anyway, let's go digging through the projects. Let's see. What do we have in here? Muy bien. Great. Costa Rica is cooler than Nicaragua. No. Nah, I don't like Costa Rica because you like it, S. Tessa, binding the control surface with the RCS causes, well, binding. Because it's the same problem that a helicopter has, dude. Axis control. So, if I wanted the wings to work correctly with the RCS and thus in the joystick, right? You'd have to control from here. It would have to be control up. Same problem as the helicopter. I like Boston too. Oh, okay. That's right, Dead Crew. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go through the projects and go see. That thing still works, which is kind of neat. Do you like that, Jax? Yeah. Yeah, man. What I want to do is build... I had a new idea for a rocket. But yeah, we'll go mess with something. We'll go mess with other things here for a moment. That wasn't an accident, J-Speed. What else do we have in here? Oh yeah, there was this thing. Never finished it, but there was that.
Discovery, go at
We'll finish it one of these days. Probably not today, though. Hey, Phil, 56 months. Go big slider. Go SF8. How's it feel to get back into KSP? Metroid, I had the hankering to play it. I had the hankering to play it today. I don't know what I'm going to do. It was freaking blame Radian Aerospace. I'm serious. Radian was working on that plane yesterday, and in my mind, throughout that entire spiel for Space News yesterday, my mind was just thinking, how can I make this in KSP? And yeah, it flipped that switch back on. Last for a question. You? Question? Nah. Do something fun. I think so. How are you going to get the Cybertruck to the surface? Science. Question, since the controls are done through the swash plate of a helicopter, could a helicopter encounter oversaturation in its controls? A swash plate isn't a gyroscope, Flykin. No. You can get blade stall, though. That happens. If you over-torque the blades, you'll get blade stall. Yeah, that doesn't end well at all. The thing falls out of the sky. But the blades are. No. You don't. No, that doesn't happen. The blades... I could be wrong on this, but if I'm remembering correctly, the blades have too much moment to be able to saturate. It doesn't work like that. What is this strange game? Yeah, I know, Mercs, right? Oh, there's Triton. I forgot about this thing. The Triton rocket. Yeah. Triton. Let me put it to you like this. The nerds will understand. These are overclocked Mastodon engines. I tried to make them similar to Raptor, right? So they're overclocked. They're generating 300% rated, right? Let me put it to you like this. I have to sequence the ignition, because if I don't sequence the ignition, the rocket will obliterate itself on launch. True story. What is this, 2016? I can take the glasses off if you want. I really can't see anything, guys. I don't know how I did that for a long time. What are you most excited about KSP 2 compared to KSP 1? Optimization, Squall. To be honest with you. Eyes! Yeah, I know, right? It's weird, man. So we're messing with Triton. Let's see, what else is in here? I don't believe it, I need a demonstration. Nah, I'm good. I do, S, yeah. Gonna land one of the starships on Duna? Maybe. This thing don't work too well, Alex. To be honest with you. It doesn't work very well. Define work. Engine torque, engine torque from the rotation. When you rotate the engine, stuff tends to break right in that area right there. Here, I'll get its little brother out. Okay. Hey, King Kitten. Yeah, I just kind of want to jump back in. I'm just messing around in engineering mode. But there was a rocket that I wanted to mess with. I have some kind of ideas for a new design, but we'll mess around and get our feet wet again. Oh, that still works. That's right. Yeehaw! We're dead. If I disengage the drives now, we'll overheat. We'll spin out of control. It'll kill them instantly. Oh, please get high enough in the atmosphere. Houston, we've had a little problem here. I think we lost the drive. Yeah, we lost the drive. It's an Epstein drive in KSP, in stock KSP, might I add. Take it to Eve, I dare you. No, I'm good. The more you ask for Eve, the lesser I want to go there. I don't think I'll ever go there now, that's because of you. Yeah, those don't work. It's one hell of a suborbital trajectory, though. We do have debris here, so what's going on? Oh, yeah, these are the old Kraken drives. They don't work. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Second thought, let's not go to Eve. 'Tis a silly place. Hey, Spiffy. Good to see the Kerbals flying again. Yep. It was an ablative drive. Yep. True story. see. What else do we have in here? K-78, cargo plane. Hey, Dutch guy. Thanks for the raid, man. No, this one is not pre-robotics, Tessa. What new launch vehicle are you theorizing? Something that, well, it's kind of something that I'm thinking about messing with for mission mode. And XP70 got mentioned in your stream today.
Word. Go and throttle up.
Cool. How you doing, man? Thanks for the raid. That thing flies. That thing's very fast. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't use compression lift like the real one, but it's still fast. Any Canadians in here? Oh, it was great to hang out. Hashtag engineer. Right on, man. Blue Flare, 23-month resub. Yeah, I could make that so much better, but that's not bad. No, it's not salt, Ren, it's poutine. Give me 1 second, dudes. Hey, come back here. Hey, Crex. I see KSP, me like you. Be sure to ease yourself back into it. That's basically what I'm doing right now. That's when Bremo played KSP one time on stream as a gag, fliking, yeah. You're going through your Rolodex too. Like, I could do so much better. That's always how it is, man. What'd she make? I don't know. I wasn't here for that stream. I have no idea. I was on an airplane when she was doing that. I know for a fact this one is pre-auto strut. Hornet? No. Had my first post-New Year's show today. Live recording. Artist in a church. Turns out brakes are good for you. Who knew? Yeah. Right on, man. Yeah, it works. Wide beams on the wings. Because I needed something to make it look like a missile rack. It's an Su-35, guys. Suka, not Sukhoi. The. It would be fun to watch you duplicate real missions sometime. Yeah. Kerbal doesn't understand leading edge flaps too well, Flaky, so not really, no. It was an F4, Ren. Yeah, of course I remember that. We're gonna crash. Oh my goodness! I think our wings scraped the ground. Wow. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's only the paint. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. My pants are brown. Yeah. You gotta be careful with this thing, man, because it is designed to be aerodynamically unstable. If you're not careful and you pull back full on the stick, it'll just cobra. Can you get this thing to Mach? Yeah, of course. Planes don't really like breaking the sound barrier close to the ground though, Flecken. We'd have to go up higher. Even if you've ever been to an air show, you've seen planes fly by, they still don't. They're not even close to breaking the sound barrier. Honestly, if a plane broke the sound barrier near you, I hope you would have hearing protection on, because it would hurt. Yeah. They don't even go anywhere near the sound barrier down near the surface. Alright, this could end very poorly. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not good. Eject. Yep, she's stuck. She ejected out the bottom. That didn't work. It's fine. She ejected out the bottom. It's not a B-52. I think it's ejected in the wrong direction. I don't think it'll buff out. Shia LaPouf. Yeah, let's see what else we have in my bag of tricks. Oh yeah, this thing. Put down the landing gear next time. Oh, okay. That's about the limits of Kraken tech. It's a Boeing 2707. Believe it or not, it's a real plane. Well, not really. The Boeing 2707 was Boeing's answer to the Concorde. And in certain design iterations, the 2707 had swing wings. Like an F-14. Yeah. It was basically an F-14, a 747, and like a B-1 all rolled into one vehicle. It was pretty gnarly. And the snoot droops, yes. Yeah. Yeah, swing wings. So, you, because with a supersonic transport, you need a delta wing. You need a delta wing because it doesn't make as much drag. And so Boeing came up with the idea of making a swing wing, right? And the wing would swing out, right? And that would make it really stable for landing, like an F-14. Variable geometry supersonic transport. Yeah. They started making it, and then like halfway through, they realized that supersonic transports were basically too loud, sound barrier and whatnot, right? So they basically went around the airline industry, right? They went around the airline industry and asked, who the heck wants this? Does anybody want this? And everyone said, nah, not really. And they said, whatever. They only made one prototype. That's it. Never flew. It was more a mock-up than anything. But seriously, though, that would have been the most gnarly thing around. Supersonic transport. They later revised the design to the 2707-200, which just had a regular delta wing, and ended up looking more like Skylon or something. If you're wondering why the fuselage is bent, long story short, supersonic aerodynamics do be like that. Yeah. But the original version with the swing wings would have been insane. That would have been one of the coolest planes around. Yeah, it droops, but it's Kraken tech, so it doesn't do it very well. Could you use the variable geometry idea for re-entry aerobraking as your new launch vehicle? Kerbal doesn't like variable geometry too much. Yeah. It kind of works. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. That's right. Oh, nice, 04. That's cool. I saw a huge model of this plane at Oshkosh many years ago. Yeah. What else we got in here? Ah, the Atlant. Nice. What's your highest part count craft? Yeah, that's a VMT Atlant. It was designed to carry Buran sub-assemblies to Baikonur from Moscow. Sorry, question off topic. Can you explain how to make things sink in KSP? Ballast. Or tanks do it pretty damn well, yep. Highest part count? Please hold. It's definitely Condor's pad. Condor 9 Slick 5, 1,800 parts. Collins is not the highest one part, though. It's not even close. It's a full working replica of, well, working replica of 39A. With the fixed service structure, tower, crew access arm, and Falcon 9 to go with it. And it works, but it's a lag fest, guys. It's not worth it. Yeah, Radian really kind of got the noggin jogging, Ando. Bard's landing with the Pokemon song. Nice. Did I see you have a few one wings in there? One wings. I don't. What? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, there's part welder, Sprouts. Part welder is okay, but Part welder may increase performance, but it lowers your physics simulation fidelity. Long story short, parts don't work as well. Yeah. Oh. It's a blended wing. The K90. Yeah, that's in here somewhere. This thing. I could make this so much better nowadays, dude. Have you thought of doing a Sea Dragon style launcher? Nah, not really. We'd have to build out all the docks and everything for it, lols, if we were gonna do it right. That's in Captain America, right? Believe it or not, this is my own design. But it's my own design that's heavily based off of the X-47B. Maybe not the X-47. It kind of is the X-47. That's actually really cool. That's the Navy drone. It's not the X-47. What is it? X-48, I think. Yeah, it's the X-48. Yeah, it's inspired by Boeing's blended wing subscale prototype, the X-48. Yeah. Is it Wings Wednesday on a Thursday? Pilch? No, I'm just going through stuff. I'm just going through stuff that happens to be airplanes. That's one of the last things we did for mission mode. Are we going to be doing rockets and missions and stuff? I don't know. I'll play it by ear. I gotta sneeze. Yeah, freaky, I don't know. I'll, hey, Mazzo. I like the build, thanks. There's a lot of good stuff in here. What's the Dash 100? Let's see. You know, it'd be fun, the aircraft carrier. Oh, yeah, that's much better. Look at that thing. It's a Dash 100, though, with G90s on it. It gets up and goes. Oh, the X-48. Yeah, that was a good one. Caribou actually understands blended wing body pretty well. Yeah, it works really nice. It flies exactly like the real one. Well, not exactly like the real one. I don't know that for sure. But I know that the real one is susceptible to side slip because lack of yaw control. And yeah, that one is too. Kerbal actually understands it better than I thought it would, which is nice. So I got that going for me, which is nice. My X-48 engines look better than theirs. Yeah, but the thing is that theirs actually flies in real life. Masso, but yeah. Are we only going to bring Jeb back from Duna? Oh, I don't know. You still have your Sky Crane. Yeah, of course. Hey, Jesse. You should play with Realism Overhaul. Ah, Milo, I want to play the way I want to play, you know? What's in Primo Gone Road? I don't know. Tesla Semi. That's not bad considering it's made out of a bunch of wings. Yes. The Curbvair 990. What's the most crazy build? I said I was gonna wing it, indeed. The Nautilus is pretty insane. Doesn't look like much, but it's got it where it counts. Lols, I don't remember. Well, not I don't remember. I don't know, maybe. The Grissom launches were cool. Dude, we did all kinds of stuff. Get off reporting. No, never made anything like that. You do make our stuff, don't you? Wait, what? There's always this. I don't make RC planes, no. Hey, stream chat. Look at this thing. Jeez. Yeah, Mega Doomer, maybe. This thing is actually pretty useful. Hey Joe, what's going on? I'm right now, fellas. I'm just looking through my arsenal of designs and stuff. Take a look at this. Caramelized Boca Chica. Oh, nice. Ha! That's great. Cool. Come back. Am I still watching? The Donager? Donager's in here somewhere. No, never did a Slave 1, no. You made a Donager? It's not to scale, but yeah. Yeah, it's not to scale, but it's in here. I'll show you. I don't know, Joe, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Does it fly? Yeah. I think it has fuel feed problems nowadays. They've changed some things since I made it. But it's got the cargo bay in it. Never made the doors for the cargo bay, but yeah, it's there. It's all there. Pretty good ship, too, if you can get it fully fueled. It uses all of its fuel getting up into space. It's not pointy enough. It's not pointy enough. Which is your favorite? The shuttle, man. Collins is my favorite. Did you ever design a Millennium Falcon? No. Does it float? I don't think it floats, no. Oh yeah, there's also Derek. You guys remember Derek? Derek! I'm enjoying a treat, Derek! Can you share? Ugh. I did make better tracks. Where's Fred? It's around somewhere. So thoughts on the Fixer robotic drift? I messed with it and it didn't seem like it liked it. Oh yeah. Here we go. This is Derek 2, technically. Did I have any action groups saved for this thing? Nope. It's Derek, Jesse. What can be weird about something named Derek? It's not weird. It's Derek. Show Collins, please. Okay. It's Derek. I'm enjoying a treat, Derek!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Derek? Derek! Derek! Come on, Derek. Come on. You can do it. There we go. I don't know, Sile. Maybe. Oh, track's bound again. Nope. Come on. What's the rotation piston in the middle for? It's one vehicle, dude. Derek is one vehicle. So I made an idler arm that holds onto the treads. So the treads are one vehicle, except when it throws a tread like that. But yeah, look, all one vehicle. Yeah, Derek is a treaded vehicle. That's one vehicle. No Kraken tech. You don't need to separate any vehicle, anything to make the treads work. Tracks bind up for some reason nowadays. How Guild it uses. Yes. Come on, Derek. She binds up every time the idler arm goes forward on the left track. Try to tighten up the tracks a little bit. Nope. How much fuel does it use? It uses a electrical charge. It's all electrical. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It never used to do that. It always binds up right there with that track. Where are we binding? I don't understand. Yeah, we threw a tread.
Good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, now it works. Well, now it worked. How would you do Project Minchip differently today? Vessel docking hierarchy would pretty much fix that entire project. Well, let's hit the road.
Well, let's hit the road.
Yeah, I have to get the idler wheels and the tensioner wheels figured out more with Derek, but that's fine. All right, you guys wanted to see Collins, huh? All right, let's see, where is it? There it is. My physical graffiti right there. The reason why I know so much about the space shuttle is because I tried to build a high fidelity one in KSP about as good as I could. It's hard to fly. Actually, I don't know if the sequencers... Alright, let's see what the old girl's got. With new parts from the DLC, would it be easier to make a better shuttle? What new parts would make making the shuttle easier? Genuine question, Ryan. What happened to the cranes that you were building? Oh, they're still there. I can show them next, Skip. They just don't really work too well. Our lattice structure was way too heavy. our lattice structure was overwhelming the counterweights. That's why the thing liked to, you know, tip over. I could make better lattice structures nowadays, but they would be a lot of parts. Still could be done, though. You ever fly out to Elu? Not on stream, no. We got to make sure our control point is correct. If you don't control from the ET, the gimbals don't gimbal very well. 4, 5, 6, and then go. All right, ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. PLS's go for main engine start. Whoa, stop. We're gonna die. All right, that thing didn't work. Something is very broken about that thing. Why did it do that? Yep, that doesn't work anymore. Nice. Do you still have the mobile launcher that moves to the launch pad? I don't think I ever made an ML in this game, Masso. It could be that it's not the right craft file, and whatever problems this thing had I fixed somewhere else. I hope I didn't, bringing this in from the SPH, I hope I didn't overwrite it though. It's possible. I may have screwed it up. This is what I mean about getting my feet wet. I don't want to come back and mess all this stuff up. Full stack prototype 2, 648. Let's see. The new booster and fuel tanks. By those, I'm not sure what's exactly going wrong with the hierarchy though. New booster and fuel tanks. Oh. Yeah, I never made a mobile launcher for the shuttle pad. I wanted to make a launch pad for the shuttle, but it was never supposed to be a mobile launcher. Let's see if this is the right one. Okay, separation sequencer, vector sequencer right there. ET SEP sequencer. This is complicated, guys. I have everything on Cal controllers, all the separation mechanisms. The reason why is because this thing's designed to be reusable. You know how I was reusing Freedom rockets in mission mode? This thing is built to do the same thing. I built it that way on purpose. I have all the infrastructure to go with it. We never finished it. People got sick of it, and I frankly got sick of it too, because they switched the docking port hierarchy, and that's that problem, now that I'm remembering. Here, look, I'll show you. I built out the whole infrastructure for this thing, everything. Like, we got to building the launch pad, and I was just like, meh, never mind. Where is it? I'm looking around for it. When I say everything, I mean everything. OPFs, the 747, mate-demate device, everything. Everyone! Thanks, I was about to ask if you could review the way Colin separates. You know what I was thinking, guys? I could probably make this thing work. We could probably do this in mission mode. The only thing is it would take a long time to make a stack. It would take a long time to build this thing. But it can be done. Yeah, it can be done. The cranes now I was building all this before robotics, fellas. The cranes were the part that I couldn't figure out. I'm trying to find my... Where are those mate-demate tests? They should be in here somewhere. I'm looking for the screenshots, dudes. There they are. I made a mate-demate device, pre-robotics, that could pick the shuttle up and put it on the 747. There it is. Yeah, see? And I made it so the thing could reattach to the 747 after the fact. It could reattach to it. See? Mate-demate device. And then I reused the shuttle in the 747 for 2 drop tests without recovering anything. And then I got the shot. Who knows what I'm talking about? Here, look. The shot. Oh, I took it from the wrong side, dang it. Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. I got the shot. See? I got the shot, baby! Yeah, we didn't have a T-38 flying chase. Sorry. Yeah. I got the shot, dude. And I landed the 740... I landed the shuttle, and then I trimmed out the 747 to basically fly on a parabolic arc, vomit comet style. So I landed the shuttle, and the 747 just went up in the air, switched back to the 747, and landed it. Yeah. All in one shot. See? There they are, right next to each other. No recovery. And then I lifted it off the MDD and put it on the Kometo. Do you think this could be practical in the future when the bugs are sorted out? I could build this. Yeah. Yeah. Boss, yeah, of course. I had this was working years ago, man. This was in like 2018, 2019 when I did this. It has multiplayer mods, dude. I meant for the tank treads. Oh, Boz, the tank treads is a mechanical engineering problem. It's not a Kerbal problem. Most of the glitches that people encounter in KSP, except if it's seriously blatant, are just people not understanding aerospace or mechanical engineering. The tank treads, I can get those to work. I could probably put them all together and make a crawler if we really knew what we were doing. I could probably do this. Sure. Why not? In fact, that was the idea. Derek is just one of those. It's one of the trucks on the crawler transport, man. Yeah. I don't see why we couldn't. I could make that. Now, whether it would be able to lift up like a 6 million pound mobile launcher and shuttle stack? Maybe? I don't know. The main problem with KSP is part count, dude. I really can't, it's part count, homie. I can make this. It would be like 800 parts, so it would be fairly useless, but I can make it. Yeah, that was the idea for that, dude. That's what the derricks are. One derrick is just this. It's that assembly. That's what I was trying to make. That was the point of Derek. I don't think I ever told you guys what the point of Derek was, but yeah. I think I was trying to keep it a secret. Because one day I could use it to make a crawler transporter. How does the Matrix deal with part count? Well, the Matrix glitches with high part count, right? You remember when the Huey hit the building in the first Matrix? Buildings don't ripple. The Matrix has optimizations in its simulation for high frame rates. We're enjoying a treat, Derek! Yesterday, NASA and Aerojet Rocketdyne conducted the first RS-25 engine hot test fire for the new year. Cool. Kind of part count. Was it the same part count? Oh, just had a little bit of deja vu. But yeah, I mean, I don't see why we couldn't do all this. It's just, guys, when you have a more intricate engineering problem, these things tend to, when you have a more intricate engineering problem like this, what tends to happen is that we end up getting involved in the minutia of fixing small things, and there's like 1,000 small things to fix because of the way I play the game. And that ends. The idea is for it to end up being like real aerospace engineering. Like I try to engineer these vehicles out in the same way that a real one would be engineered out to my knowledge as best as I can, and we end up working on a project for like 6-7 months straight. I spent 3 months engineering that external tank for this shuttle because it's designed to drain fuel exactly how the real shuttle tanks drain fuel. We have to overcome a problem with the space shuttle. The space shuttle external fuel tank uses hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen and oxygen are stored at very different densities inside of these tanks. So the external tank inherently has a forward center of mass bias when it's full of LOX and hydrogen. Center of mass stays up here. Hydrogen can't be stored at a higher pressure than liquid oxygen can, because if you store hydrogen at high pressure, it'll just leak. It'll leak right out of the tank like squeezing a sponge. So you have to overcome for the fact that you have differential fuel and oxidizer densities on the real one. I had to figure out a way to overcome that problem. That's why, somebody suggested, oh, could you build this out of newer parts nowadays? No. The external tank is divvied up into a bunch of small parts on purpose for fuel distribution. It's not that I couldn't make one out of a 5-meter tank. It's that building this out of a 5-meter tank would be actually harder. It would be harder to make it because of differential fuel densities. Long story short, Kerbal doesn't work exactly like real life. I know. What are your projects right now for KSP? Mostly just show off stuff. Honestly, you should do a downscaled version that can move around a large-scale vehicle. Yeah, maybe. Does it fly? Steve, the shuttle? Yeah. I think this is the fixed one. Let's see. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, Orion, exactly. I can't use the new 5 parts. The fuel isn't distributed correctly. You gotta remember, Orion, I don't know if you remember this. I know you were here for this, but I don't know if you remember it. My external tank feeds the SRBs as well, because that's another thing. We can't mimic solid rocket fuel density. And I can't mimic the characteristic energy of the SRBs because I'm using liquid fuel rockets. And I can't really change the specific impulse on them either. We can overclock to an extent, but I decided not to do that. The Clydesdale is not powerful enough to move a shuttle like this S. And thrust tail off would be very difficult to get right. Alright, let's see if this one works. Yep. Alright, ready? Okay, looks good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Throttling back. Go at throttle up. What's up, Ozzy? How you doing? Okay, sun's looking good. Okay, we're transonic. Gone past max Q, go at throttle up. Copy, go at throttle up. Good man, just lurking, working. Good, Ozzy. It's good to see you, pal. Okay, everything's looking good. Okay, thrust is tailing off on the boosters, standing by for separation. Alright, let's see if this thing still works. I don't know if the separator works. We'll find out. Ready? This is going to be a very quick sequence of events, so we'll see what happens. It's 4, 5, and 6 on the sequencer. Ready? Stand by for booster engine cutoff. Booster separation confirmed. Nominal first stage performance. Orbiter's onboard computers now commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. I don't know, Panta. I don't have the answer to that. They were that close in real life too, Sonic. So right now, this is what I mean about getting the center of mass to drain on the tank correctly, fellas. Look at the shuttle. See where the engines are pointing? The engines are over here. They're clearly off the center line of the vehicle. But the vehicle is not flipping. It's not flipping over. Why? Well, because the way I have the liquid fuel drain on this external tank moves the center of mass up here somewhere. Right? The shuttle needs the external tank center of mass to basically be in the same spot every time. If you think about the external tank just as a consolidated system by itself, you have to have the center of mass basically right where my mouse cursor is the entire time. And the real shuttle had to work like this. And you had to drain the hydrogen and oxygen at the same rate, obviously, because you're feeding 3 main engines, right? But they had to drain at the same rate to keep the center of mass here. The reason why the shuttle has twisty engines, why the RS-25s have 10.5 degrees of gimbal, is not to compensate for the fact that they're sitting on the side. No. This is just a conventional rocket. But if the rocket engine's right here, they just moved them over here. That's it. It's just a conventional rocket with the engines tilted off to the side. So our center of thrust from the engines are pointing right through that center of mass on the tank. That was really hard to do. Now, going back to the gimbal. So if we're pointing through, if our center of thrust is pointing directly through our center of mass, right? How is it flying? Well, why does it need all that twistiness then? You don't need all that extra gimbal to compensate if the center of mass doesn't stay the same. They have the gimbal on these engines to compensate for the differential payload mass. You could put an envelope in the shuttle's payload bay, or you could put a Mack truck in the shuttle's payload bay, and it'll fly the same way into space every time. Think about that for a second. That's really not easy to do. That is a huge differential dry mass. Sometimes you could have a Mack truck worth of payload on the side, or you could have nothing. The shuttle flew into space plenty of times with nothing in the payload bay. Hubble servicing missions are a good example of that. It flew just with the satellite adapter, that's it, and a couple of spacesuits. But the payload bay more or less was empty. So it can fly with an empty payload bay. You could put one brick in there, or you could put 3,000 bricks in there, and it'll fly the same way into space every time. That's where the gimbals come in. Because if we have nothing in the payload bay, our center of mass is probably like right here somewhere, and it'll move down and towards the shuttle like this. If we have 25 tons of payload in the payload bay, the center of mass will be over here. It'll be shifted more towards the shuttle, but it'll still move on that differential line. Or not a differential line, it'll still move on that linear line. But the center of mass drain will be shifted downwards. That's a very important thing to understand when you're making shuttles in Kerbal. The engine gimbal isn't there to compensate for your center of mass and center of thrust not being lined up. Because they should be. That's how the real shuttle flies. This is, like I said, this is just basically an SLS core stage, right? With the engines tilted 15 degrees off to the side. It's the same thing. I mean, they really are the same thing, right? So, if you need to use gimbal to get the thing to fly straight, you're not making this correct. It should fly just fine with the engines at 0 degrees gimbal. It should fly just fine, maybe a little bit of compensation. The SRBs are what's doing the work at liftoff. That's what has the gimbal to steer the thing. These engines stay relatively fixed during ascent. They only really start kicking the gimbal in when the SRBs separate to compensate for that differential payload mass. If that made no sense, long story short, the gimbal is to get the thing to steer. It's not to get the thing to go straight. You don't need to steer to go straight. So, remember that if you're ever making a shuttle. It's an important thing to understand. Because I can just hands off and the thing will fly just fine. Hey, Chief. So nice, the center of mass just moves along the center of thrust. That's correct, Ordon. But, so you have your ET right here, right? And then you have your orbiter on the side, right? I'm going to have to try to draw it upside down. You have your orbiter right here, and then you have your engines right here. So you have a center of mass drain. It's a linear center of mass drain that looks something. It goes along this line right here, okay? But that line, see where it is right here? That line, if you're carrying more payload mass, will shift. It's the same line, but it'll move downward. It'll shift downward if you have a heavier payload going into space. And that's where the gimbal compensating, that's where the 10.25 degrees of gimbal comes in. Or 10.5. That's where that 10.5 degrees of gimbal comes in to compensate. Because this would be a 25-ton payload, right? And this would be a 0-ton payload, so nothing. And then there's a range. There's a range right there between those two. See what I'm talking about? That's why the shuttle engines have gimbal. It's not to steer the thing into space. Shuttle can fly just fine with these engines at 0 degrees gimbal because it's pointing right through the external tank's center of mass. Or at least it should be. I mean, sometimes the line shifts, so it's not exact. That's why it has the gimbal. It's because I was inverted. They aren't for roll or yaw control. Bingo. How much structural changes did the SLS core stage have compared to the external tank? It's the SLS core stage. Yeah, it's different, Pigzig. The SLS core stage is a lot stronger than the external tank, long story short. Why? Well, the external tank is really designed to have force applied from the side and from the bottom, but also from the side. The SLS core is designed to have force pushed on it from here. But instead of tugging the dry mass on the side, the dry mass is up top. So instead of a shear load from carrying stuff on the side, you now have compression load carrying stuff on the top. Totally different. Totally different. A spring is not a shock absorber. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you could, but no. The SLS core has to be built a lot stronger because the tank, long story short, is designed to carry 60 tons of orbiter and engines on the side. The SLS core stage is designed to carry 300 tons of payload and rocket and moon rover or whatever up on the top. Differences. Big difference. It's structural engineering, basically 101. I mean, the shuttle is going through statics. Well, actually, it's not statics. It's dynamic compression load. From aero, so max Q, from thrust, from gravity. There's a bunch of things going on here. So, long story short, they're very divergent in architecture. They're similar. They're relatives. They're cousins, but they're not brothers. Understand? If you wanted a type of launch vehicle that was a brother to the external tank, you'd want the Jupiter. The Jupiter rocket. The Jupiter series of rockets were something that was proposed to replace the Constellation program, and they're actually not a bad idea. Jupiter was a pretty cool idea. It was an external tank. It was literally an external tank without the conic front, with a forward skirt and a payload fairing. And this would have used 4-segment, off-the-shelf SRB components, and it, for the most part, could launch from the exact same pad. And then they would have put Orion on top of that. This was one of the competing ideas with SLS. Why a new rocket? Snackless, I just got the hankering of building something new. Materials and components are reused, designs are different. Yep. I personally think the Shuttle C was a really good idea, Pigzig. Yeah, they should have done the Shuttle C, and they should have had a Divergent RS-25. Long story short, another long story short. I'm sorry, it's almost like this stuff is complicated. I don't mean to keep saying that. RS-25E production should have been, and the Shuttle C should have been thought up from the start. That's what Buran Energia has over the shuttle. The lifter doesn't need a shuttle on it. That's a good idea. That's why Energia, I think, is a better lifter, but I think the American shuttle is a better shuttle. Because I want my upper stage engines back, but I also don't want to launch the shuttle every time. And those are kind of diametrically opposed with each other. What's more efficient, Jupiter or Soyuz? Efficient? Steve, what? Okay, so, all right. I speak nerd. I don't know if you could tell. I speak nerd. What do you mean by efficient? Like, what moves more into space? Oh, Jupiter. Jupiter could move way more than a Soyuz into space. Like, way more. Just think about this thing right here. You're moving that big lug of crap up into space, right? It's not a lug of crap. I love the space shuttle. It's my favorite. That thing is heavy. It has all these stupid wings on it. It has the engines on it. It has the payload on it. I mean, now think about that not being there. Think about what the lifter can do. Jupiter probably wouldn't have had as much payload capacity as SLS. I'm not even kidding. Jupiter would have been probably like 50 to 60 tons, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe approaching 70 in later versions, but it wouldn't have been. SLS can move more into space. But if you're comparing Jupiter to Soyuz is a medium-duty rocket, so it doesn't really compare. Like, that's the thing. Payload launch mass fraction? Oh, Jupiter can move way more into space, dude. Like, way more. Yeah. Oh, way more. Oh, yeah. Like, rockets, I think, can be attributed to cars, Steve. I'm a car guy. I like cars a lot. I have way too many of them. I have a carcane addiction. Sorry about that. I'm not. So, Soyuz is like... like it's like a small economy car. That's what Soyuz is like. It's not very roomy. It's practical. It does what you need it to do, and it's good enough. It's good enough for the application. All right, it's okay, right? That's pretty good. Okay, it's just a small econo box, right? Jupiter and SLS and the space shuttle are this. That's what these rockets are. We're talking about a whole different type of payload here. So in terms of like what can move more, well, what moves more, a Ford Focus or a Mack truck? Well, the Mack truck can move more. What's more fuel efficient? Well, the Ford Focus is probably more fuel efficient than that thing, right? If you're comparing apples to apples, like this thing probably doesn't get that good of miles per gallon, but where you lack in efficiency, you make up for in how much it can move. If the Ford Focus tried to move this much payload, the fuel efficiency would go pfft. Rockets work kind of like that. It's kind of the same thing. Comparing heavyweight to lightweight. Yeah, dude. One's Manny Pacquiao, dude. The other one's Iron Mike, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you want to go with boxers, hell yeah. Dude, you're comparing you're comparing you're comparing Muhammad Ali to Manny Pacquiao. Like, Muhammad Ali would kick his ass, man. It wouldn't even be fair. But weight class is weight class, you know what I'm saying? My favorite's Iron Mike, Steve. I don't know about you. Mike's my hero, dude. Isn't efficiency tied to more engine tech and propellants, not vehicle size? Well, it depends, Entropy. I mean, yes, for the most part, but it really depends on what you're moving and where you're moving it, doesn't it? What's your dream car? It depends on the era, to be honest with you. Okay, Orbiter, single engine, go for the pitch. Post. This is from GTA, but I see real jets on it. What are those squiggly lines in the canopy? I have no idea, dude. Some kind of polarization thing for hamburgers. Super interesting talk. Love making shuttle, but my builds were far more Kerbal. Yep. Like I said, this version of Collins, the NG variant, is designed to be about as high fidelity as you can go in KSP. It doesn't get more shuttly than this. It's jet cord for an ejector seat. Oh. Stand by, press for Miko. Oh, we got it. That was a little too much. Yeah, something goes wrong with the docking ports here. Rocket Guy, the docking ports aren't sequenced correctly. Yep. Yeah, freaking piece of... That's why, see right there? That's why I stopped working on the shuttle. They changed how the docking port hierarchy works with the robotics parts, and all the launchpad builds that I was working on totally broke. Condor, this, I was just like, nah, never mind. Well, Tori's a cool guy. I asked him which book I should pick up, and he replied, of course. Sutton. Yeah. Yeah, Bandit. Rocket propulsive elements. Yeah, RPE. If you want to learn more. RPE is some real nerd stuff, though. Ask Rocket Guy. He knows. Question about the shuttle. What's up? Based on payload mass fraction, Soyuz is actually more efficient. 2.78 for Soyuz and 2.75 for Jupiter. Very comparable, though. Yeah, interesting. Sounds like efficiency depends on the problem or the mission at hand. Steve, any type of engineering, okay? This is an important lesson to learn about engineering if you're into it. Engineering is all about application. What are you trying to do? That's it. Nothing more. It doesn't matter if you're trying to, like, lift a soda can off of a desk or launch a space shuttle into space. What are you trying to do? Okay? It's all application. Always has been. You know? So, Apocalypsis, what else do you have? What other thing were you asking? The shuttle flew downwards into space, like upside down into space, so wings down, tank up into space for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, pilots wanted to be able to see the horizon. The shuttle pilots wanted to be able to look out and see the horizon so they could better get their bearing. Second of all, G-load. When you fly upside down into space, you're pulling negative, you're pulling positive, not negative G's. So it's a little bit easier to be able to keep your eyes in your skull rather than riding like this. It could erode. With that being said, you could have done that, but pilots wanted to be able to see the horizon. Third reason, communication, ground stations. The shuttle used to fly upside down all the way until main engine cutoff when there were ground stations. When the shuttle actually launched the tracking data and relay system, when the shuttle would go over the horizon, and this is like after they launched it, the shuttle would go over the horizon and they'd flip the shuttle over like what I just did there. And the shuttle would actually hit main engine cutoff with the wings in the downward position, not wings up. So it'd be wings up, not wings down. Basically, the bottom of the shuttle would be facing towards the surface of the Earth. True story. Yeah, redouts are not a good thing. Yeah, Pythos, yeah. Yeah. Will Starship do a similar upside-down thing with the heat shield? Most rockets fly upside down into space with people on them style. True story. For the G-load. Yeah. Dragon flies upside down into space. So will Starliner. Yep. Yeah, no problem, Apocalypsis. I got you. Yeah, there's a couple of different reasons. But yeah, like I said, what are you trying to do? You're trying to not kill your pilots, and you want your pilots to be able to see where the shuttle is, so they know where the shuttle isn't. And 3, you want those pilots to be able to talk to mission control in case something goes wrong. Yep. Shuttles, and you gotta remember, the shuttle's antennas are on this side of the shuttle. You know why? You can't put them down here. There's stuff in the way. You can't put it on the bottom. There's stuff there. There's stuff that you need later. So the antennas are all on the top. The antenna and the communications are up here. They have a couple. There's actually like 3 or 4 different types of antennas on that thing. I forget what they all are. I think there's an S band, KU, and KA. So the shuttle, when it was up in space, right? It has the regular. I think it has short band, right? And then you got narrow band right there. That's KU. See the antenna? The antenna actually deploys out of the payload bay, like the robotic arm does. I think that's tight band. I think that's KU, and I think the shuttle uses S-band. The shuttle used S-band during ascent, but I know there's people here that know frequencies better than me, so you guys have probably double-check me on that one. Tight beam. Ordon, what do you think that means? High frequency. So high-frequency transmissions, this I do know. High-frequency transmissions are very good for short distances. They're very good for short distances. High frequency at long distance is like... High frequency at long distances would be like shooting basically if you were shooting a target with a rifle, it's really easy to do at close range, but it's really hard to do at long range. So you'd use an artillery shell instead if you wanted to hit something 5 miles away. Using a sniper rifle doesn't really work too well. An artillery piece will, though. So you have a bullet this big versus a bullet this big. See what I'm talking about? The bullet size, the bullet caliber is correlative to frequency in this analogy. So for deep space communications, very wide, very, very wide frequency, big frequencies. For like shooting stuff out far into space. For short range transmissions, you use a tight band. You'd use high frequency. High frequency is shorter range, exactly. So yeah, in The Expanse, when they say tight beam, that's actually right. Pretty cool, huh? This thing is amazing, dude. I can't wait to see Starship. Starship is going to look like this. It's going to look like that, and it's going to be amazing. Last, please. What's up, Chieftain? Will Starship fly upside down? Yeah, Chief. I don't see why it wouldn't. But I don't know how they're going to set the seats up in Starship. I'll be honest with you. Are the seats going to be set up like with Starship? Which way are you going to point the seats? Like, are the seats going to be facing up like the shuttle? Chopper fairings. Good joke. Memes. Are the seats going to be facing that way, or are they going to be like vertical? I don't think even SpaceX knows that. Maybe they'll pivot like Dragon seats do. Dragon seats are, if this is the part that you sit on inside of the Dragon capsule, when you go to sit in it like this, you sit down and you're up and down in the capsule, and then the seats rotate into position. Which is really cool. So like when you get in, see the control panel up there? There's Bob and Doug. When you get in, the seats are basically vertical. Alright? Then the seats are on servos. They're on actuators, and they turn into the upright position. My guess is that Starship seats will probably be like that. I'm thinking Starship seats will do this. Why wouldn't you use these? You already made them. They already exist. So you would use that. And I'm going to go ahead and guess that Starship's control panel would probably just look something like this. It would probably look exactly the same. Why wouldn't you just lift systems from Dragon for crew versions of Starship, right? Just like the space shuttle. Here. If we look at the Apollo CSM, right? If you look at the main control panel, right? And I'm not talking about looking at specifics here, okay? You look at the Apollo control panel, right? And then you look at the space shuttle, right? It's not, well, the shuttle is more digital than the Apollo CSM, but it's more or less same kind of things. The same kind of switches and stuff, see? Look at all the switches. All the switches, most of the dial indicators and stuff look very similar. There's a good reason for that, because they lifted a bunch of systems from the Apollo CSM to make the shuttle. I don't know, 95, maybe. Yeah, maybe, Hellfish, who knows? I mean, the shuttle ended up flying with a digital cockpit because digital processing advanced a little bit since 1969. Well, because of this, but that's another story. Imagine the landing flip with people on it. Barf. I don't think people are going to get sick at all from Starship flips, to be honest with you. Watch the flip and burn. Where would the people be in this picture right here? The people would be at the front. It's pivoting up at the front, is it not? So, like, if this soda can was... Nope, that's Chroma. Let's use the Guinness. If this can right here is Starship, and you're over here and it's pivoting up here, that'll create a lot of G's. That's what makes people sick. If the people are up here and you're rotating around that point, it'll just seem like the can's rotating around you. It'll be the exact same sensation as a plane taking off. That doesn't get people, well, that does get people sick, but that's another story. I don't think it'll get people as sick as you think, because you're pivoting. You're not rotating. I mean, you're not pivoting, you're rotating where the people are. It's rotating. It's not movement, you know what I mean? With that being said, I don't even care if it gets me sick or not. I'm gonna fly. I would fly on Starship, you know, when it's proven enough to be safe. I'll do it. Sure, why not? I don't know, Warder. You tell me. See you on Mars. Boom. Yeah, Ellen Pride, I was trying to look for an older picture, but yeah, it makes sense. The analogy still holds. With the new touchscreen displays, wouldn't they be worried about someone fat-fingering a rocket stage? I mean, that's why you train pilots, but yeah. I mean, I almost expect SpaceX to create the true first SSTO. Starship should be able to do that, Hellfish. I mean, it should. Great to see KSP again. Can't wait for the next missions. Here's the solution. Have a confirmation for staging. I think the easier solution, Panta, would be to just not have people in the loop in that particular situation. Only an abort scenario. Let the computer do its thing. And you know I'm Mr. Mechanical over here. People don't need to be screwing with that. So if you're gonna have some type of user interface with the staging, I would make sure, yeah, that you have a pretty hard manual override. That's right, Nifo. Yep, you got it. What things should not have a human backup? I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, Hellfish, but my mind is defaulting to, you know, every system should have a backup. I don't like the idea of a computer having complete control of a spacecraft. There should always be a manual override. Just like I'm thinking like an airplane. I'm fairly confident on airplanes you can override the computer in most scenarios. But the toilet, good call. Yeah, Pigzig, that seems about right. Confirmation for abort would be dangerous, right? Wait, does theory crafting mean the SSTO is completely gone? I don't know, King. I have no idea. I just felt like building a new launch vehicle, so we'll see where it takes us. Anything that could be dangerous when accidentally pressed on an airplane is a guarded switch generally. How do you apply that to a touchscreen? Well, if you fat finger that button on the touchscreen, I would guess that... So first of all, I'd have a mechanical switch for an abort system. I would not have an abort system tied to the touchscreen. That's not a good idea because someone will fat finger it, right? We're getting into spacecraft UX now, guys, so... This is an actual thing that people worry about. NASA has been doing this for years. So, I would have the abort system guarded. You would have to make a conscious effort to flip the open the abort switch and then flip open the cover and then flip it. And that wouldn't be tied to the touchscreen. And the funny thing is, if we go and look at a Dragon 2's interior, I gotta find the right picture. SpaceX has the same idea. That's the abort, that's the oh crap button right there. See that? Manual override. You have to twist that thing, and then you have to pull it. If I understand that correctly. You gotta twist it, and then you gotta pull it. You can't hit it by accident. You can twist it, that won't do anything. You gotta twist and pull. So that is not tied to the touchscreens, along with a bunch of other certain manual overrides. See what I'm talking about? These things they're protected by these covers right here. There's plastic covers on these buttons here. There are mechanical buttons, and those are the override switches. Bop it, twist it, abort it. You know. So yeah, spacecraft UX is the thing, dudes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Anyway. See last, erg. What about a confirmation prompt when you have to press OK or cancel? Usually an abort system shouldn't prompt something like that, because if you're hitting the abort button intentionally, you need to abort quickly or else you die. I'm pretty sure they don't want astronauts dead inside of the capsule with a screen saying, "Would you like to abort?" Oh, I'm sorry, you've died. Kerbal. Long story short, I don't think they'll put an abort system on the, I wouldn't put an abort system on a touchscreen. That would be a manual backup. But that's just me. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid you can't do that. Well, Kerbal took a dump for whatever reason. Okay. Nice. Yeah, there you go, Bill. I'm wondering where the hatch is going to be on Starship. Probably on the top, maybe the side, in front of the wings. I don't know. I think car Z controls on a touchscreen is a crime against safety, so yeah, abort on a touchscreen. I mean, Spraz, personal unpopular opinion. Infotainment centers on cars are just a gimmick, and they don't make things easier. Yeah, your car has more things. Great. There's more things, and AC controls on a touchscreen is very annoying. I agree with you. I try to get the stupid defroster working in the Fusion, and it's like, you have to press like 3 buttons to get the defroster to work. I'm like, okay. So now I have to go through a pre-flight sequence to freaking get the thing to work correctly. It's like, oh, alright, sweet. There's the launch pad that somebody was asking about for the shuttle. It was never finished because of the docking port hierarchy fixes. With that being said, infotainment is pretty handy, but I don't know, man. Yeah, Masso, there you go. There it is. Hey, Lava, haven't been able to watch your streams due to uni exams. What have you been up to? Playing a lot of other games, dude. I'm looking for a new car out now and honestly want to buy a manual. Please update before continuing the abort sequence. Yeah, Black Steve. Dude, this is absolutely a thing. You want to hear a funny story? SpaceX shows up at Game Developers Conference every year, GDC, and they poach people. They poach user experience designers from video games. Straight up. You know why? Because if you're designing UX for a video game, you have to literally make it as simple as possible. You have to appeal to the lowest common denominator. You ever notice that UX in games is very easy to understand? So SpaceX poached people from the games industry to design the UX for Dragon. Yeah, they show up at GDC. They still show up at GDC. They poach people from the software industry, from the gaming industry. Except Hearts of Iron. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Singularity, that's right. Man, that thing is cool. UX in game is way better than on Windows. Microsoft should do that for Windows. Yeah, you don't have to... You don't have to compete and try to make it better if you just buy out all your competition. How controversial of a statement. My shuttle is in an unrecoverable flat spin. What should I do? Your center of mass is too far back. Find ways to get your center of mass more forward. I don't know if you're into Super Bowl halftime shows. Oh, that's neat. Not really, Fat Man, to be honest with you. Did you ever make the Shuttle C variant? Yeah. Yeah, that thing didn't work very well. I did some things to it to make it, you know, let's just say I wanted my engines back. It doesn't work. It doesn't fly. Guys, it's too heavy. The wing, it sinks like a brick. The wings, all the wings do is just kind of make it fly into the ground better. It's true. And then, what's the last one we have here? Then there's this thing. This might look familiar to some. I mean, don't all wings just make things fly into the ground better? No, I'm pretty sure the wings are supposed to keep you away from the ground. Does it wiggle? Oh yeah. Man, we nailed that engine section, didn't we? That looks really that looks pretty damn close. Cool. Word. Where does the Orion go? I built Cargo Block 1B because putting Orion on top of SLS is kind of dumb. Yeah, dumb. No, Keith, I haven't. You're not wrong there. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. This doesn't strike you as dumb? We're family. We're gonna be doing a lot of dumb stuff together. Wait till Christmas. All of them, Steve. Just not a lot of them on stream. There's so much stuff,
Discovery,
dude.
go and throttle up.
Hey, Linux. Thanks to Hokie for the gifted sub. Right on, man. Thanks for the resub. Yes. What are we trying to theorycraft here? I was trying to engineer a new rocket, but then we ended up just going down memory lane. There's this chonker. This thing is beast mode. One of the best rockets I ever designed right there. Yeah, rocket guy, I mean... You know I'm not one to suggest crackpot theories or anything, right? But I just think it's a little bit on the convenient side that, you know, the leader of the Augustine Commission was a former CEO of Lockheed Martin, and then, you know, Orion's contract basically survived constellation cancellation wholly intact. Interesting. Curious. I always thought that was a little weird. Let me guess who builds Orion. I mean, I'm not for crackpot theories. Not one for crackpot theories, dudes, but also at the same time... Yeah, Jared, that's what I wanted to theorycraft out today. I had some ideas for a first stage design that I kind of wanted to mess with, but I don't know. We went down memory lane, so... Hey, Moto. Yeah, Mile, I don't know. You can't prove that, though. Right? Like, you can't prove it. So... Constellation went the way of STS, exactly. Let's not fund all this amazing critical infrastructure, but just the orbiter. Yeah, rocket guy. Yeah, I know. Funny how that works. Moto, you just got a new job doing real estate photography. Cool, man. Guys, you know, Jared, you asked what I wanted to do. I don't want to shelve the SSTO, but... I mean, the SSTO is up on Kerbal X, I guess, for people that want to use that thing. But what I really wanted to do with mission mode after the whole debacle with Dart is Constellation. I really, really wanted to show what Constellation could do. What you could do with what you could do with a really good, well thought out mission architecture despite it being expendable. Hey, just wow, what's going on? Build simple, go further. That's what I wanted to do, PY. I didn't want to get really hung up with trying to make a reusable lifter for mission mode. I wanted to make some very inexpensive, expendable stuff and go really far with it. And then maybe reuse the capsules. Supposed to be studying, but you know, you should probably study, Just Wow. I mean, I'd assume you're watching a Kerbal stream because you're relatively interested in this stuff. Well, dude, take it from somebody that slacked off a lot in high school. slacking off won't get you to doing this in real life, that's for sure. So go do your work, buddy. Go study. Trust me, dude. You don't need to do that forever. I'm 31. Yeah. Well, I got 2 years on you. You should probably study. I'm in the future, okay? Because I'm older, obviously. I really like the Constellation program idea. Show what could be done. I heartily approve. Okay. Well. Alright. Say we were going to do some mission mode architecture that was Constellation based. So, low cost to Leo with a Kerbal rated lifter, and then pretty high cost heavy lifter, both expendable. Where would we start? What should we start with these? I think your Zidane should be a system that isn't a copy or adaptation to anything that exists, but could be. I don't want to build this exactly, Hellfish, to be honest with you. I want to build a Kerbalized version of this, if you really want to know where I'm at with this. So, look. I love Jebstone, my solid rocket booster thing. But in mission mode, with the integration and how it works, the SRBs have to be fueled. And I can't build them in segments either. So unless I plan on stacking a bunch of SRBs on top of each other, Omega style, building this is going to be a little bit difficult. Building that's going to be a little bit on the tough side. So, I'm not thinking this, to be honest with you. I'm thinking more this than anything, but not an exact replica. What's the mission? Novus, I want to theory craft out some Constellation style architecture for mission mode. And I know I said I wouldn't do mission mode stuff in engineering mode. I get it. Judge me if you want. I want to use this as an excuse to jump back into KSP. You would be very interested in Ares 9. Also, for Constellation, a program could you build off of LV4? I really wanted to see it used. That's the idea, Jared, yeah. Much yes. Okay. So, where should we start? Ares 1X. Oh, Ares 1X. Yeah, I have something like Ares 1X, dude. But once again, I can't integrate SRBs in segments. There's no segmented SRBs in KSP, so building that would be very difficult. It'd be hard to do. I mean, what's your need case? Novus, my need case, so what am I trying to do? I want to show that having a I basically want to show that Constellation and Saturn is a really good architecture and you can do really good things with them if you know what you're doing. Basically would really like to build out the Constellation program, albeit a more Kerbalized application for it. So once again, I can't build segmented SRBs. So that means I would have to build a crane that can lift 144 tons to be able to move that Clydesdale around. Not undoable, but that's not very realistic doing that with an SRB unless you have a single casing SRB. I don't want to do that. So I want to build more Kerbalized versions of an a good architecture that would fit Kerbalized versions of architectures that are based off of Constellation to be able to do Constellation style things. That's really what I want. And it would center around a capsule. Nah, the capsule would pretty much be the only parts of the vehicles, the launch vehicles, that would be reusable. I'll be 100% with you. I want to build expendable launch vehicles that can fly a lot and are simple to make and are light on the pocket for mission mode, with the exception of this thing, that have more reusable infrastructure up there than they do down here. I don't know, Hellfish, maybe. There is a segmented SRB mod. I know Linux, yeah. So my need case is building something like this or building something like this. It's kind of like Jebstone architecture snackless, but I would really want a more liquid fuel application, because then down the road, what we could do is land these boosters back. So think Ares 1, but with like a Falcon 9 down here. I mean, I know that wouldn't work in real life, I get it, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? And think of something like this, but with super heavy down here instead. See what I'm getting at? Can a first stage with a mobile launcher be made to work in KSP then? Then integrate the second stage on the pad after transferring the first stage to the pad on the ML? No massive crane that way? How would you automate something like that in KSP? It could be done with Cal controllers, Black Steve, but I can land stages myself. I can fly them back and land them. I've done it before, dude, many times. Oh yeah, many times. Even on drone ships. It's exceedingly difficult to land them on drone ships, but you can do it. I'm trying to see if there's any pictures of Condor landing down here. Oh. There's a picture of a Falcon 9 style rocket on a pad. But yeah, I can land the vehicles. That's no problem. It really doesn't need to be automated. You just gotta get the boost back profile right. I mean, I could make a mobile launcher, Mile. I don't see why I couldn't. I don't know about putting it out with an SRB on it. I'm not sure I really want to do that, though, you know? A better solution would be like Ariane 5. Somebody said it in the chat. How streamlined are we talking to get the integration process? 45-minute integration time, Hellfish, on both vehicles. That's really where I want. That's really what I want. As fast as a Freedom rocket. So basically, in that 45 minutes, I can build the rocket, brief people about the mission that we're doing, and then send it. Any deep space missions with Grissums? I don't know what that. I don't know what that has to do with this, Chief. But I mean, with this architecture, though, if we have a really well thought out mission architecture, even if it's expendable, Chief, down the road we could. We could build a Grissom up in space with this architecture if it's engineered correctly. Should we consider reusability from the start? No.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I think you should think more along the lines of the goal you're trying to accomplish, instead of what vehicle you want. Design the vehicle to fit the needs, not modify the needs to fit the vehicle. Hey, Xeon, back at it, I see. Something like that. More along the lines of the goal you're trying to accomplish. So build Saturn V, not SLS, Novus. That's what you're trying to tell me? Not build Saturn V, but that vehicle for the need, not need for a vehicle, right? Is that what we're getting at?
Discovery, go
Hey,
and
big
throttle up.
body, 47-month resub. I have to disagree with that, Novus. Honestly, man, if you're trying to get back to KSP regularly, I say build what you want, whatever excites you the most. Yeah, Saber, I got you. I got you. Honestly, trying to solve the problem that I'm... Okay, guys, it's gonna sound dumb, but... Saber, I like problem solving, dude. That's like candy for my brain. How could we make something like Constellation that's very good mission architecture up there, but also on the launch side of things, very easy to integrate, very, very capable, and, you know, we have designated vehicles. One for cargo, one for heavy cargo, the other one for light cargo or people. You know what I mean? Because that seems to be the architecture that works the best, man. That was a good idea. We just didn't do it. But that idea, this idea stems from this idea, which was a very good idea because it did something. You know what I mean? I know, Saber. I know. Funny story, right? I know what Saber. To be honest, Novus is just trying to get. I know what Novus is trying to do. He's trying to get me to think about how NASA would go about solving these problems, and make the vehicle based off of that. Use real life systems engineering techniques. That's what he's trying to do.
Discovery, no one
Saber, I'll be honest, I kind of dig it. I like doing that. So, if we're going to start with a need basis, Novus, let's start with building a capsule. What do we want our capsule to do? Let's see. Do I have any existing capsules that would fit that bill? I'm considering it from a pure mission perspective. See? Yeah, no, I'm with you, Novus. Cargo Cult, 8-month resub. You know what? Let's do this. Capsule. But Saber, you're right. I agree with you as well. I agree with both of you. Novus is trying to get me to think about this in a really practical application way. And Saber, you're right, because that's what I want to do. So you both are right. Oop, that's the wrong screen. That's the desktop. Sneaky's sending me the cities videos again. It's okay. I'll watch them later. I'm just going to search capsule. Hellfish. It seems like your trouble integrating SRBs is limiting. Can something be done about that? Jack, liquid fuel stages. And those liquid fuel stages will help pave the way for boost back and landing and reusability later if we want. Privet, Vasya. Dobry вечер. What's up, man? Yeah, Mike, I have, like, thousands of craft files loaded into this mission mode save. Good evening to you, too. Right on, my dude. How's things over there? Still cold? Dude, it's cold here. It got to minus 20°C the other day, and I went outside, and I'm like, no. Yeah, Novus, let's do it. I think a good place to figure this out would be a good place to start would be the capsule. Everything hinges around the capsule, and then we'll build based off of that. What about the Rigel capsule? Let's see. The Rigel was a good design. My problem with the Rigel capsule is that the service module sucked. It's right near 0, so everything is wet and slippery. Oh, yeah, that mucky kind of not cold but not warm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Then develop a new service module. But it's better than minus 20°C, for sure. Just throwing ideas around. Could we transport the SRBs upright and then dock them to the side of the stack? Wouldn't need to lift them with a crane. Well, floating, that's how Ariane 5 does it. Remember, the integration has to be quick. It has to be done fast. The SRBs are actually on plates on Ariane 5, and this is something we learned the other day. They're on plates.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
See the plate right there? And the plate slides on to the mobile launcher via a rail. You could see the rails right there. They roll it up on an ML, and then they roll the SRB into position and then attach it. We could do that. Yeah, sure. Why not? We can make that work. I could do SRBs that way. And in that regard, building something like this is very doable. And if we build it out... Oh. I haven't been around in a while. What happened to the SSTO? It takes too long to integrate, dude. It just pushed Kerbal a little too much. how it works in nuclear propulsion. Oh, nice, Knickers, yeah. Why a conventional capsule? Extended, integrated service module, biconic re-entry vehicle. The real question is, are we going to have an ML? I mean, Novus, we would have to have an ML in this regard, but how would we get this to sit on the ML correctly? Rocket Guy, I don't know if I'm too into doing that. So, Orion, for instance, and the Apollo CSM have a disposable service module. They have a disposable service module because building a reusable service module into design when you go into deep space doesn't really jive too well, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Because you have to lug that reusable service module everywhere. So I'm not sure if that's the right move. What's an ML? Mobile launcher. ML is the short slang term for that thing. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Ant, good morning. And if you do SRBs, you could order some and have to put them in a warehouse and put spent ones in a truck. We could always go fish them out, but that's too much time on the ground, man. I would love to. I would love to build the SRB recovery ships and literally tow them back. That would be really cool. And I could, I could build the docks and the cranes to get that done. But Ren, I've always had this idea, okay? And I call it the Omega philosophy, all right? What's Omega philosophy? Oh, God. I don't want to know what the hell that is. I call it the Omega philosophy, right? Oh, God, what is that? Risky click of the day. No. Northrop Grumman was onto something with this, okay? I really think so. And I'm not sure if we can do this necessarily in KSP. Northrop Grumman was basically, with the Omega design, it's basically all SRBs. First and second stage are SRBs. And the upper stage, the third stage that flies into space, the one that does the things around in space, well, that's liquid fuel. That's the one that has the higher potential for reusability. But these are all low-cost, expendable vehicles. And because it's SRBs, if you make a lot of these things, like ABL is trying to do, you can lower the cost if you buy in bulk, right? These SRBs with the composite casings are not reusable. But they're really, really inexpensive to make comparatively to like a Raptor engine, for instance, right? Omega lull philosophy, yeah. So the idea is making a lot of a highly expendable launch vehicle, but the parts that fly into space are highly reusable, but they're highly reusable for space only. I think that huge structure gets moved by a single VTEC V16. Now, B18C, Sprouts, if we're going to talk Honda engines. You have a proposal. Ah, eyes turned skyward. Yes. Snacklish, I wish that thing existed. It's right for the vehicle. 1F1 should be able to do that, should be able to move that just fine. Is the B18 is the same lower, so okay. Alright, fine, H22A. Just depends really. What do you mean by lugging the service module? Regardless, you already lug the service module area and dump it before return. Yeah, that's a good point. So, do you think a vehicle more like Dragon would be right, Rocket Guy? Because I have a vehicle that's like Dragon. If you can't lift with a crane, can you not do a strong back solution for the SRBs to get them vertical? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, strongback solution for a single SRB Novus should work just fine. But there is some hierarchy problems that we do need to solve in that regard. But yeah. I mean, Novus, we could always make a bigger AJ-60A cradle. I could just make a bigger version of that. That's the cradle for the Aerojet Rocketdyne 60, which is the side boosters for Atlas V. Not for much longer. In fact, I think they might have been on their way out. Put in a Google for Biconic Reentry Vehicle. Biconic Reentry Vehicle. Yeah, there's IXV. I was about to say, Rocket Guy, we could just do Dream Chaser. But Dream Chaser is like Dart. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Can Kerbals reload inflatable heat shields? Not sure. Honda makes great engines, Spraz. Not so much lately, but B16, B18, H22, the F20C, J32, and the J30. I mean, dude, I'm an American car guy. I know Honda makes good motors. I know a good motor design when I see it. They make good engines. Yeah, the K-Series engine is just... IXV lands under chutes. I don't know. Yeah, Spraz, I'm with you on that one. I like the old stuff. It's funny because you see JDM guys, Spraz, doing exactly what guys that like American cars did 30 years ago. They just don't make them like they used to anymore. Yep, that's happening with you guys too. Funny how that works, huh? Kind of missions. I need a deep space capsule, Mab. Something that's going to ride shotgun on a transfer vehicle. Hello. Something that's going to ride shotgun on a transfer vehicle like this. The KADV is yours? Where is it?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Did it show up here, Rocket Guy? That thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that is yours, isn't it? Nice. Yeah, you're damn right, Big Star. What general idea are we going after? I'm prototyping out some new architecture that I would want in mission mode, and we're thinking about what we want the capsule to do. Yes, Nick. Below that, well, chat delay. I don't know. Do we want a fully reusable service module? I could do it. I don't use any mods, Wally. Yeah. Hello. Question. So what if you had multiple vehicles from different mission types, but only had limited numbers represented by manufacturing constraints? Different launch sites for different vehicles like Soyuz and Proton Energia. Launch from Boomerang, Delta, and other vehicles from the desert. I've thought of doing that in the past, Ren. I could we could make it so I could launch, like, one from the desert and the other one from KSC. That's done in the past, but we thought we were going to do that with Condor, and the way I had that set up is you had to fly the astronauts out there. So, I don't know. Wasn't there a Biconic re-entry vehicle design considered for Ares 1? Could you make a strong back that is compatible with the SRBs and the core stage, second stage capsule, eliminate the cranes? Isn't Biconic Blue Origin? I mean, I don't know if they're doing that exactly, Alex, but yeah, maybe. Last, I don't want to bother you. No problem. Titan 3C or 3B? Titan would be cool, but yeah. Maybe. The Lockheed Martin CEV was a lifting body originally. Yeah, that's right. Solar panels or fuel cells? It would use solar panels, Pop Bear. Yeah. That got wall texty really fast. Unless you're set on assembling every part outside of the VAB. A pod that can land on land would be great. Fast recovery that way, no need for a boat. No, if I don't have to use a boat, that would be nice. Yeah. I don't really want... I mean... I don't really necessarily want to do that, because if I make the boat, then we have to make the... We have to make the docks and everything, and... Don't get me wrong, I can do it, but that's just more time. Is there a way to stuff the landing gear into the pod so that it pops out from behind the heat shield? We could have a jettisonable heat shield, Sneaky. That's doable. Nukes generally don't like being next, or people generally don't like being next to nukes in real life, Spraz, but I got you. Alright, let's check out our Kestrel capsule here.
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures.
The inflatable heat shield is way too big. It's a 10-meter heat shield, Hellfish. I don't want to do that. I'm pretty sure they can be folded in by ground crew. I'm not doing that. There's only one inflatable heat shield, and it's the size of a baseball stadium. Come on, you. Kerbal. What's Kestrel Capsule T? What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's no good. How much Delta V should a service module have? Back after a while, what's going on with KSP? I'm playing it. Yeah. I got a hankering to design some new things, but I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I want. I like the nuclear solution for the surface module, so the ejection stage is also the circularization one. Yeah, I don't, Nick. Yeah, nukes generally shouldn't be near people. Yeah, I'm going to adhere to that design standard. So, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Assuming for deep space. Okay. Here. I think a good amount of delta V on the service module would be enough to get to low lunar orbit. So 1100. 1100 on the service module. Just like the Apollo missions. And if we want one going to the station or whatever, we can just halfway fuel it. That's literally what they did during the Apollo program. The Apollo capsules that didn't fly out to the moon, they just didn't fill them up with as much fuel. You want me to make DCX bloody? That'd be cool, man. DCX was nuts. In a good way, in a good way. From what I understand, some DCX engineers found their way onto the New Shepard team. You ever notice how New Shepard works almost exactly like DCX, but with a capsule at the top? Dude, the rockets will be moving around other types of payloads. Well, I'm aiming for a small vehicle that can move light cargo and the capsule. And then a large vehicle that's solely for cargo. We'll start with this vehicle, and then hopefully what we design here will lead into this vehicle. That's basically what arguably the most successful mission architecture in US history was based off of. They started small, and then they worked their way up. And then they worked their way up, and then they made this. Actually, that's not even the entire Saturn V family of rockets. That's not including the Little Joe rocket. They started even smaller than this, if you really want to know. How light can you make a capsule service module? Alright. Alright. Let's go. Let's check. Let's start with this. Okay. 3-person capsule. I like how old rockets have fins. Yeah, me too. And then they threw it in the bin. Don't remind me. Not our finest hour. Demon. Am I right? No. Crew exploration vehicle. Okay. All right. So, how would we do this? Okay. All right. Let's see. Nope. 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 There we go. Bear with me, okay? Processing. I gotta get back into turning the gears here. Oh, there you go, Ghost One. Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
Go and throttle up.
There we go. Just attach this to the front. How did I do this? Ghost One, 9-month resub. Thanks, man. So the heat shield is encapsulated on a fairing. And then the front of the Rigel up here has the chutes in it. That has the main chute array. And then the launch escape system is a backwards facing fairing for aero purposes in the event of a launch escape. Okay. Okay. So then we have an adapter plate, skirt adapter that covers up the service module. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I purposely off-balance the center of mass here. I'm going to start with the Rigel capsule here. Give me the Rigel, get rid of the launch escape system, dump this, get rid of that, and then get rid of the service module. Okay. So we have a backwards facing fairing for aero purposes right there. And then this capsule should have an offset COM. So there's a reason for this. This is a good place to start, okay? Yep, see, capsule center of mass is just off the center line. That gives you cross-range capability with a capsule. Every capsule does this. They're slightly off-center for better, so you could fly the thing, basically. We were going to do a 375 heat shield. What would this look like? I gotta bring my KSP rulers in here. the first one, Shaw. See last. Sorry if I'm jumping the gun on questions. Trying to get the gears turning before you get to the other designs. Sure. Could you make the mobile launcher serve as the launcher for both your light and heavy lifters? Trying to think of ways to save you integration time. Novus, the only way that I'm really thinking about doing that would be, the only way that I can think of off the top of my head, if we're going with that one SRB design. Oh. Would be that. You understand what I'm saying here? Picking up what I'm laying down? Got a message. Might be important. Novus, if I slid the SRBs vertically on there, like Arian 5, I can make a modular pad that's based off of Freedom's pad that works exactly the same way. And I know what people are saying. Oh, crap. Here he goes. No. Hear me out. Freedom's pad had the rails. It had the rails and the integration crane. It never took a long time to make a Freedom rocket. I could build a Freedom rocket in 30 minutes flat. Dude, I have ways. We could pre-integrating the SRBs would be the right move. It would be like a hybrid between a mobile launcher and, well, Arian 5 does use a mobile launcher. It's turbo. The blow-off valve is working. And then, you know, Novus, if we're going to launch the cargo one, we just slide one plate on there instead of two. Buds Zdrov. Yeah. Commonality between your hardware can give you some commonality between your GSC. You can put a lot of thought into design. I mean, Novus, the other way to do that would be clean pad. Clean pad design would be the other way to do that. The other way to solve that God damn it. What? Sorry. Dead. Oh, that would have been so bitchin'. Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, floating, here's the thing. The plates would be just Freedom pads that you slide onto a bigger launcher. That's why I know it would work. Because... or, I mean, we could just say screw it and just go right to this and just have an adapter plate. We know that the adapter plates work just fine. What are those four nozzle looking things at the bottom? The hold down points, Shaw. Hold down points, dude. This would have been so bitchin', dude. How awesome would it be if they actually brought this back and they used carbon composite boosters for the first stage? Oh, I can dream, I can dream. Novus, I'm gonna work on this problem off stream. I'm serious. I'm gonna work on this off stream. Yeah. I'm gonna work on it off stream, and we're going to, I'm gonna really go into this one and do some homework. I want this architecture to be as good as Freedom was. The Freedom architecture came about from me basically saying that the shuttle in Collins were too complicated. And the SSDO pad, once again, we're in another position where the SSDO pad is too complicated. But I can't keep launching little tiny Freedom rockets all the time. But eventually we're going to have to scale Freedom's pad. This is how I was going to do it anyway. Afternoon, I just got back from my military aptitude test. How goes the theory crafting? Good. Is there anything that fundamentally constrains SRB diameter? No, not really. No. That's a caster wheel. So, start with stakeholder requirements. So, an idea that NASA was working on with Aerojet at the time, during the Apollo program, was an SRB first stage for a Saturn I. Serious. It was called the Castor 260. Yeah. It's, guys, that's like New Glenn big. 260 inches. So, okay, I'll get you some conversions here because I say 260 inches and I can feel your brain through the computer going, what? So that's a 20-foot wide SRB. 20 foot, okay? A 6.5 meter SRB. That's double the width of Falcon 9. Yeah, so we're talking about a New Glenn sized SRB. New Glenn sized. Big, very big. That's the biggest SRB ever tested, never flown. It's still sitting in the test stand, funny story, in Florida. They only tested it once. It worked. The SRB was upside down in the damn test stand because the ground was the best way to hold this thing in place. And the SRB is still upside down in the test stand to this day in Florida. It produced so much thrust in testing that it blew up the nozzle. Yeah, seems like par for the course when you think about it. The Omega booster did the same damn thing. It's because the nozzle is slightly vacuum optimized. You guys remember when we watched the Omega test and the nozzle exploded? Right, like live on stream? It's because they were getting flow separation inside of the nozzle. What does that mean? Okay, so the real plain English way of saying it, with a rocket engine, you have your combustion chamber, and then you have your throat, and you have a nozzle, okay? Right? You have your combustion chamber, throat, and then nozzle over here, okay? This is a standard convergent divergent rocket design, okay? So, the real plain English way of saying this is make an explosion that's big enough to fill this area up. That's the easy part. Well, that's not the easy part. That's probably the hard part. Make an explosion, fill this area up so the gases get shot out this way. But the nozzle, also, you gotta make it so the explosion fills up the entire nozzle too. Because if it doesn't fill up the entire nozzle, you're gonna have problems. If you don't get your expansion ratio, correct, you'll get flow separation inside of the nozzle. Basically, the explosion in here, we'll draw it in red. The explosion in here separates inside of the nozzle because the boom that you made inside of the combustion chamber isn't enough. It doesn't fill these areas right here. That's flow sep inside of the nozzle. See that right there? This kills the rocket engine. This kills the rocket engine. You have to make sure that you get your expansion ratio right. Now, here's the thing. Expansion ratio is entirely dependent on ambient pressure. So what's the pressure outside? It's entirely dependent on ambient pressure. Why? Because if there's less pressure, the gases can more fill up the nozzle, right? This is why upper stage engines are generally have a much bigger expansion ratio than a first stage engine. Because the gas is the explosion, because there's no outside pressure pushing back in, the explosion can fill up the entire nozzle. Now, here's the thing. Here's what happened with Omega, and I'll bet you dollars to donuts that's what happened with the Castor 260. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that this is what happened. Because that whole thing is dependent on pressure, right? It's dependent on your ambient pressure. Well, what happens when a rocket goes up into space? Your ambient pressure goes down. So oftentimes what in solid rocket booster design, right? They optimize the nozzle for where the rocket's going to be performing most of the time. Well, where is a rocket performing most of the time? Up in space, right? Or at least on the way up when your ambient pressure is much lower. So, if you take an SRB and you put it on a test stand and your nozzle is designed to work up there and you try to fire it down here, you get flow sep. Flow separation causes non-uniform heating in the rocket engine and breaks it. Case in point. The nozzle used to go out to here. Yeah, the drawing software. Yes. See what I'm talking about? That's why that did that, and I'll bet you money that that's what happened to the Castor nozzle as well. Because I'm looking at the expansion ratio on that nozzle, and it looks to be vacuum optimized. Using Freedom's designs on the mobile launcher. So you're saying using legacy designs can give you less development time? I know! It's such a funny idea, right? I know, no, it's right. Screw me, right? Like, it's almost like we should, the people that say, that that's not a good thing and a waste of time should shut the hell up. Oh, it's too expensive, EJ! Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, sure. Shows how much you know. Yeah, that's basically the plain English way of saying that with rocket design is you need to make an explosion that's big enough to fill that nozzle up. Yeah, if you don't, the nozzle will cease to exist. Yeah. How many tabs do you have open? Oh, not much. That's a lot for me. Boca Chica fella, I keep my tabs. I try to keep them low. I'm anal about that, dude. Like, yeah, that's really one of my pet peeves. Like, you saw me just closing out tabs because that was too much. Alright, so, how do we want to set this up? Here, you know what? Before we do that, we'll keep our ruler there. And what do we want to do here? If we go for an expendable service module, how are we going to do this? Ideal expansion ratio also depends on chamber pressure, for sure. Yeah, that's getting into a little more complicated, right? That's a little more complicated, but yeah, guys. So like, here's the thing. I know, I don't need to read it. I know what you're gonna say, but I'll read it anyway. Flow separation happens in the SRBs like that because they use a conical nozzle exits that simplify manufacturing of the composites. Problem is, if you don't shape the throat correctly, you can actually get flow separation just past the throat, not at the exit. Preventing flow sep at the nozzle exit is easy. But yes. Yeah, chamber pressure is a big one too. So like, here's the thing. You can have a vacuum optimized nozzle, fellas, and if your chamber pressure is high enough, Raptor, you can fire an upper stage engine at sea level and you won't get flow sep anywhere. Basically, the more explosion you can fit in the combustion chamber, the better off you're gonna be. And that's the problem that Raptor is trying to solve, or has solved it. 300 bar chamber pressure. Yeah, that's why Elon has been, like, if you're not too familiar with rocket engines, you see Elon Musk on Twitter tweet about Raptors at 300 bar, Raptors at 300 bar. That's why that's a big deal, because they basically made an engine that can do anything. It can do anything. Upper stage engine, sure. First stage engine, yeah, whatever. 15 degrees of gimbal, flip a freaking grain silo around in the air and land, yeah, sure, no problem. Deep throttle capability, absolutely. That's part of the reason why rocket engines have trouble throttling so much. When you throttle down a rocket engine, you're changing the chamber pressure. Chamber pressure changes can make flow separation in the nozzle if you don't have your nozzle optimized correctly. That's what makes the shuttle engine so ridiculously good, because it's an engine that can work down here, it can work up there, it can throttle down here, it can throttle down up there. It's a very, dude, that was cutting edge for the time, and honestly, it still is. There's not many engines that can do that, even by today's standards. I mean, that's like, people say the shuttle engines is like the Maybach of rocket engines. They're right. They're right. But if the shuttle engine is the Maybach of rocket engines, Raptor engine is the McLaren F1 of supercars. It's a really, really good design. GamerTube, what's going on, brother? Alright, so would the Saturn V be able to launch the shuttle to the moon? No, Pops, not even close. No way. You would need like 3 Saturn V's to do that. The shuttle is super freaking heavy. Super heavy. 60 tons. 60 tons of dry mass. No. Yeah, no way. The shuttle was never designed to go further than maybe 500-600 kilometers that way. It was never designed to go further on purpose. Because when you get out of low Earth orbit, taking wings with you is useless. Because why? Wings don't work up there, right? Like, pretty straightforward stuff. But like, to answer your question, what would you need? Let me think. Now, does the shuttle have payload in it or no payload? Let's assume it has payload in it. So it's a 60-ton orbiter with 20 tons of payload. So we're talking about 80 tons. You would need 80 tons TLI to get the shuttle to the moon. Or at least going in the direction of the moon. And what it does from there, I don't know. It doesn't have enough delta V to get back, that's for sure. The shuttle doesn't have a lot of delta V without the external tank attached. So Nova, something like Nova probably could. Ares 5 might be able to do it with the exploration departure stage. The EDS with the J2X might. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that has 80 tons TLI throw weight. It might. Nova could probably do it, Altio. You'd need like 2 Saturn V's strapped together to do that. What were the delta V margins like with the Saturn V going to the moon? They were good enough. The magic number for sending something to the surface of the moon, IDES, like, keep in mind, engineering is all about application, right? The ideal number that you want is 45 metric tons TLI. 45 metric tons TLI. So if you can shoot 45 tons of whatever at the moon, that should be enough to get down to the surface, get up, and get home. Guess what the Saturn V has? Guess what the Saturn V's throw weight is to the moon? 45 metric tons. The Saturn V, guys, had 120 ton to low Earth orbit payload capacity. 120 tons. More than Starship. It yeeted a Starship-sized payload, or Starship-sized space station into space in one shot. It truly was a fantastic vehicle. Like, Saturn V is unbelievable. Full Super Heavy launch vehicle with digital processor in 1969 is unheard of. That's... Alright. Okay, sure. That would be like driving around in 1920 with a freaking DeLorean. People would be like, what the hell is that? Back to the Future, Back to the Future, Back to the Future. Interesting thought. STS with a wet wing might have had some longer range. Wet wings? I don't know about you, Gil. I wouldn't want to store fuel near my thermal protection system, because heating up fuel last time I checked is not good for it. But I see what you're saying. It would have been better to probably put it in the payload bay, believe it or not. Ares 5 was 63 metric tons to TLI direct. Ares 5 was a chonker of a vehicle, Havix. SLS is okay. SLS's architecture needs to be fleshed out more. That's my problem with it. Other than that, core stage, 5 seg SRBs, 4 shuttle engines, that's fine. Needs a better upper stage, but we're getting to that. Yeah, Ares 5 was 188 metric tons to Leo. Havoc's. It could put a starship into space. Easily. Easily. Unfueled starship, but a starship nonetheless. There's the Souse. Yeah, Ares 5 would have been crazy. But anyway, alright, let's think about this. Hey, Banana, what's going on? Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. That's how big I can make that fairing. I'll time myself out, fellas. Yeah, Sea Dragon was a monster, dude. So all things being equal, is getting... What was that, Pops? Getting lighter is better for rockets, or is it getting more powerful? Lighter. Lighter and more efficient the further into space that you go. Pops, that's the general rule of thumb. That's what delta V is all about. That thing up there, that formula, dV equals G times ISP, ln M1 over M0, that's what that basically says. Pops, the plain English way of explaining that up there is basically the more fuel you can put on your rocket and the less rocket you put on your rocket, the further you go into space. That's the plain English way of saying it. That's why rockets shed part of the rocket. That's why we stage. That's why rockets stage up into space. Been looking at some of the VODs. You take a break from KSP? Yeah. I mean, Truax, you know, people think that's a crackpot idea. I really don't think so. I honestly think that building a bigger rocket out of more run-of-the-mill materials is probably better in the long run. And helps keep the cost down. You know, imagine building rockets out of steel, right? Like, that doesn't... Nobody does that, right? It's not a bad idea. Truax was on the right path. That's a really good way to do that. Seriously. Yeah, and I took a break. Took a break from KSP. Also, holy frick. Earlier you said, I speak nerd. Well, I like your nerdy speaking. Right on, man. Yeah. It's cool, isn't it? That's freaking ridiculous, man. Indeed, so if you can make the Saturn V using the electron carbon fiber design, that would be insane, right? Pops, one of the things, yeah, basically, one of the things I'm, like, psyched about for, SLS is the Block 2 variant. Oh, Omega 3 booster. Yeah, okay, vitamins. Why can't I Google that thing and get the picture of the rocket the first time, man? My Google flu skills are terrible. So there was a thing released saying that Artemis 9 is slated for the first Block 2 SLS flight. The Block 2 SLS will use Omega-derived boosters. Omega was an idea for a launch vehicle that Northrop Grumman proposed for national security contracts, but they didn't get the contract, so they canceled the program. But they didn't cancel the booster program. They canceled the launch vehicle program, but not the booster program. So what does that mean? These boosters are space shuttle boosters, okay? So see that Castor 300 right there? And then you got a Castor 600? That's a 2-segment SRB. The Space Shuttle uses a 4-segment SRB. A 4-segment SRB. SLS uses a 5-segment SRB. That's a 2-segment SRB with a 1-segment SRB stacked on top of it, right? They didn't cancel the booster program, so the Castor 600, the Castor 300, the Castor 1200 still exist. Northrop Grumman used that booster program and then parried it for the Booster Obsolescence and Life Expectancy Program for SLS. They used the booster program for another contract for NASA. Guess what it was? SLS's boosters for the first couple of flights, just like how SLS in the core stage has shuttle components, they're using leftover SRB casings from the shuttle program. They'll eventually run out, just like they'll eventually run out of shuttle engines as well. And then the RS-25Es are going to replace the shuttle engines in the core stage. This is what's going to replace the SRBs, hopefully by Artemis 9. Carbon composite SRBs. That's what makes Omega boosters cool. They are carbon composite SRBs on SLS. The current casings from the shuttle program are steel. The reason why they're steel is because they're designed to be reused. Those are one shot. Those are designed to be expendable. So they're stronger and they're way lighter because they're made out of carbon fiber. And they're thinner because they're not designed to be reused. They're designed to one shot send it. That thing is these BOLE segments are being made right now. And they will fly on SLS sometime in the late 2020s. SLS with carbon composite SRBs, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Great success! No, seriously, that will give SLS's payload capacity, that'll boost it up to like Saturn V levels. Seriously. Yeah, you could boost that up to like Saturn V levels because these are carbon composite casings. Like Electron. Same idea. Oh yeah. Alright, Rocket Guy, see ya. Orion's Gamer, 17-month resub. Wait, wouldn't the center be an SRM since it's the actual motor and not a booster? I guess, yeah. Atlas V calls the center stage the booster, Ren. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Carbon composite plus the EUS Penta, now we're talking. Now that's a lifter we can work with. Why am I watching this in school? Boca, I'm going to tell you once, shut the stream off. I'm not going to be your excuse for doing bad in school. You want to do this stuff in real life? Pay attention. That and the EUS. Yeah, Corey. The EUS with those carbon composite boosters, holy balls, man. That's going to be one hell of a launch vehicle. We're talking, that'll hit 45 metric ton TLI all day. Yeah. So, you know, maybe in the future NASA can flesh out a smaller lander that's designed to go inside of SLS's Universal Stage Adapter between the Orion and the upper stage, and we don't have to land a Starship on the moon every time. It's not a bad idea, dude. So the problem that I ran into with this capsule here is that we can't make this go much bigger. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? Now let's give it a Nerva upper stage. Raja, it's funny you mentioned that. That's all I'm gonna say. Probably shouldn't say anymore. It's funny you should mention that. Should be able to do it with the 1.8 fairing because you don't have the angle constraints. Yeah. I agree, Raja. I want 2 lunar landers. Starship and a smaller lander that's just designed for people. That's a 2.5. We need a 1.8. Can the 1.8 get out to 375 though, Core? Let's check. Yeah, it can. Hey, I'm just back from uni. How are you? Good, Whitney. What are you working on? What's the current problem that's melting your brain in school? Let me rephrase that question. Linux Starship is designed for a lot of people. It's a 747. You don't need a 747 going from Boston to New York, for instance, right? Why would you need that? That makes no sense. You'd want a 737 or like an Embraer 190. We need a smaller lander as well as the bigger lander. Also, I'm not going to sit here and tell you like I don't want more landers, like it's, oh yeah. Like it's not just about practical application. You know what the only thing better than having one lunar lander is having two. You know what the only thing better than having two lunar landers is? Having three. Yeah. You know what's better than 3? 4. You know what's better than 4? 10. Yeah. I'm greedy. Please give me more. I'm hungry. Because you can then bring more stuff and leave it for the next crew. Red Panda, yeah. I mean, why does it... Okay, so like theory crafting out an architecture again. Land a starship down on the moon, right? Unmanned, land the starship down. Now you have like 100 tons to the lunar surface easily, right? You don't need to do that every single time, right? And now keep in mind, this isn't SpaceX, this is NASA. So land the starship and have the starship be your base of operations. And then have smaller landers that are like the LEM, smaller SSTO applications, or like a 2-stage lander, right? 2-stage lander with a transfer stage, right? And then SSTO for the moon. So the transfer stage comes down from Gateway, right? Into LLO. And then your single stage goes, you know, to the surface and back just for people. It's a good idea. Or you could go 3-stage, right? And have a transfer stage attached to a LEM. I mean, Red, personally, if it was me, I think the best application in this regard is not engineering a freaking transfer stage. I honestly think the best application here is expanding Orion's service module and have Orion's service module be the transfer stage. A lot of people disagree with that. I say that makes the mission safer, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm saying Orion needs a scaled up ESM. We need a bigger ESM there that has twice the delta V. Because if you have twice the delta V, that'll give Orion LLO capability. Low lunar orbit capability. And if it has LLO capability, that means you can tow a CSM or an LEM down there, no problem. And then you could just do Apollo things down on the surface. And then on top of that, you have Starship going down there too. So a Starship can get into LLO, and then Orion could separate from the Gateway and go there, or Starship could go to the Gateway, and they could do their thing at Gateway. You're afforded the most dexterity around the moon with that architecture. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do things. Why isn't NASA hiring you, damn it? I don't know. There's no... So, like, Red, the way I look at it, dude, if I'm just some moron sitting here playing Kerbal all day, if I can think of this, NASA's probably already considered it. If I had to guess, dude, the reason why NASA architecture often doesn't make sense at first glance is because they're trying to build to something. They tried doing it with the shuttle, didn't work. They're trying to do it with SLS, and we're making progress. You know, you have Block 1, 1B, then Block 2. I think as we get closer to Block 2, you're going to start seeing this mission architecture that I'm describing kind of take focus. Because... let's be real. Congress wants 2 landers. And you know what? That might be because Blue Origin lobbied the trash out of them. It might be. You know what? I don't care. More landers is better. I don't. If Jeff Bezos wants to spend his money that way, do it, please. Do it, please. But personally, I think the second lander should be done by NASA in-house. If you really wanted my honest opinion, but I don't think they're gonna get the funding for that. I don't think they have enough PP to get that done. See last. What's up, Jax? You know space politics more than I do. Do you think that a certain rocket company ruined their chance at getting a lander contract in the future with their objections? No. No, Jax. Jax, people protest contracts like this all the time. That's par for the course for defense contracting, dudes. Anybody that feigned outrage at Blue Origin for protesting a contract award is delusional. That's not how this works. Defense contracts get protested all the time, dude. It's happened with everything. It happened with the F-22. It happened with the F-35. With the Bradley, if you want to go look up the debacle that was, it happens all the time. It's normal. It's totally par for the course. Now, if you have a problem with that, then yeah, okay, all right, I can see that. If people take issue with that, it's a pain in the butt, right? But yeah, that's how the system works. And I think if you don't like how the system works, I think it's important to understand it at least. Yeah, that's normal, dude. Happens all the time. Now, once again, people might not like that, but it does happen all the freaking time. Alright, so. If returning to the moon is flags and footprints, one lander is fine, but if we want a mission in a sustainable way and actually build something permanent on the surface, we need two means of getting there. Absolutely, Red. Yep, you'll get no argument from me. You are 100% correct. That's why, I think people just want to turn their head up at Amazon and be like, money. And I get it. Like, you're probably not wrong. But also, if that guy wants to dump money into basically NASA's pocket, I'm not going to complain either. Pick and choose your battles. That's why I've always been Blue hasn't done a lot, but it's because they haven't shown you that they've done a lot, dude. They're doing a lot. You just don't really see it. Because they're not as overt about it as SpaceX is. I really wish we were focused on building a colony on the moon first. Mars is so far away. Red, yeah, I agree with you. Gateway is a good way to, Gateway is a good reason to understand the sustainability. A lot of people have called, Robert Zubrin, for instance, who's a brilliant freaking mind. He's called Gateway a toll booth to the moon, and he's not wrong. I think he's exactly right. But you gotta remember, what does a toll booth do? You pay the toll on a road so they maintain the road. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't happen. Right? And everybody in the Salt Belt's going, yeah, they don't do that. But the idea is correct, right? Gateway's a toll booth to the moon. A toll booth keeps the road going. It keeps the infrastructure up. That's the purpose. It is a toll booth. You are absolutely right. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to keep sustainability, like a toll booth would keep a road well maintained that is traveled a lot. I know, funny concept, right? The proof is in the pudding. Alright. How are we gonna do this? How did I do this before? I have a backwards facing fairing. And is the heat shield attached to the fairing? Hang on, let me look. It is. Okay. I'm trying to unpack the hierarchy here with this design. Could we actually establish permanency on the moon like in 10 years? There is a viable pathway to having a sustainable lunar colony filled by the end of this decade. Yes. First time in a long time, dude. Some people have been waiting 50 years for this. So, Me, I've been waiting about 10 since I became a huge space nerd. About 10. Ligma pudding. Yep. The proof is in Ligma pudding. Wait. Yes. Alright, so let me unpack this. How are we gonna do this? Probe core is inside of the fairing. That's very strange. Is it a toll booth or is it a trucker rest stop? Toll booth would be a better analogy, but it's kind of column A and column B. How will people on Gateway dodge radiation, or do they not inhabit it between missions? Gateway can be partially manned, Ren, or unmanned completely. How do they dodge radiation? That's one of the problems that Gateway is trying to solve. They don't want to send anybody on a trip to Mars without understanding fully what that does to people. That's part of the reason why Gateway exists in the first place. Yeah, it serves as a toll booth to get to the surface of the moon, but it also gives you all the benefits of researching and understanding what a spacecraft would do on a long-duration mission to Mars without actually going to Mars. Because you got to remember, by definition, the moon is in deep space. Deep space refers to anything outside of Earth's magnetic field. So anything past medium Earth orbit is deep space. So any station that we put out there, the moon, two birds with one stone. Understand the effects of radiation on people in the long term, not in the short term. Apollo did the short term pretty well. In the long term, and also give you access to the surface of the moon. Just like a truck stop, a Gateway's part truck stop, part toll booth, same thing. Oh no, he's got Nelson syndrome. Based on our interactions with the CLIPS partner companies, we have no reason to believe that our initial 50% likelihood needs to be adjusted down. But as they say, the proof is in the pudding. We will know the likelihood after a few flights. We are excited to start flying. That's Dr. Z saying that. Interesting. Deep space is not past the moon. It's outside of the magnetic field, Clayton. That's deep space by definition. The moon is in deep space. Yeah, I know. Even though it's in Earth's orbit. It's in deep space. It's in Earth's grav well, I should say. Actually, living on the moon is harder than Mars. Penta, yeah. Being sustainable on the moon, if you can be sustainable on the moon, you can be sustainable on Mars. Think about it like this. If you can... let me come up with a good analogy. The moon is harder. It's harder to live there. It is more difficult. That's like saying if you can live in the desert and be sustainable in the desert, you can absolutely survive in a tropical climate. Because the desert has less resources available. Holy crap, Dodo, that was 10 subs. And then Houston had a raid. Thank you. Danke schön, mein Freund. Thanks, man. The one thing I don't get about Starship and the moon is there ain't no carbon on that rock. I mean, Core, they could bring it with them. Could bring it with them. Surely bringing the carbon with you. The carbon with an ISRU on board. Get the hydrogen, get the oxygen. I like the catchphrase American astronauts from American rockets on American soil more than proof is in the pudding. Yeah, Bill isn't that good of an orator. He's not as good as Jim, that's for sure. Dr. Z replied to some controversy started yesterday after he said in a conference that half of the CLIPS landers are expected to fail. Yeah, somebody just linked that. Based on our interactions with CLIPS partner companies, we have no reason to believe that our initial 50% likelihood needs to be adjusted down. But as they say, the proof is in the pudding. We will know the likelihood after a few flights. We are excited to start flying. Interesting. I read somewhere not that long ago that the transfer in and out of Earth's magnetosphere causes the moon to go through static electricity storms on the surface and it gets washed with radiation and plasma. It's always getting washed with radiation and plasma. Wait, what's your name? Gandalf Lundgren. Nice. Great freaking name, dude. Hell yeah. That's an awesome name, dude. Should be proud of that name, man. Gandalf Lundgren. That's good. I like that. You gotta go box somebody. You shall not pass. I don't think that it's going to wash the moon with radiation any more than it already is. The moon is literally floating in a giant pool of radiation. Yeah. I don't think that us going in and out of the magnetosphere is going to change it too much. However, there could be something that we don't know yet. I don't know. You gotta click your name. Alright, let's see. That's the best. That is the best icon ever. That's so funny, dude. Nice. Alright. Alright, let's get back to this. KSP! What's up, Sunshine? Alright, so we wanted to... I was thinking prototyping out a 375 service module for this thing. I'm not exactly sure if that's going to be the right idea or not. You know what? Before we do a 375, I think maybe doing a... trying to do a 275 heat shield is the right move. So, let me get a decoupler behind this thing. I want a 2.5 decoupler for strength. Right? And then I want a 1.8 fairing behind it. And I'll tell you why in a second. Because the thing is that I'm not going to exactly be doing a 2.5 meter design here. I think I have a good idea for how we should get this done, but yeah. Wait, what size is that? Wait a minute. What size is this one? I don't know. That'll work. Huh. You built the Radiant 1 spaceplane in KSP. Nice. When someone says deep space, I think out past the moon. Yeah, I know, Clayton. I know. Yeah, it's outside the magnetic field. I have a neighbor whose name is actually Eric Johnson. I actually got his water bill and chuckled. Dude, nice. Nice. The best version of Vulcan. What's that one, Chris? Yep. Use the Force, Harry. Gandalf Lundgren said that. Not a 1.8, a 1.25. All right, fellas, let's see if we can build something out here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Get rid of that. So that's attached to there. And then we can do like what we did before up here, like this, and then I can put the launch escape system back on here. What will happen if, for example, a translunar injection failed and the apogee of the orbit was in the midst of the Van Allen belts? Is that a death sentence or no? The Apollo program went into a parking orbit, Forge, with the apogee below 120 kilometers Or no, it wasn't below 120 kilometers. It was below, what was it, 100 miles, so 160 kilometers. So it would have decayed. You would have had one or two passes skirting the inside of the Van Allen belts. Yeah, wouldn't have been that big of a deal. Okay, the thrust transform is there. Toggle snap. Okay. Alright. Now, let's go build out the fairing here. He looks like an egg with a hat. Good. Good. It's not finished yet, though. Hey, Miss Jew, what's going on? That's cool. That'd be really good. Using the maximum fairing diameter that's afforded from the 125, I'm not exactly sure what this diameter is. I think it's 3 meter, if I'm looking at that right. The 3 meter payload fairing is perfect for the 2.5 capsule. I can encapsulate the capsule like the Orion launch abort system. And that'll also give me a 3 meter diameter that'll give me a 3 meter diameter fairing to be able to launch 2.5 payloads into space with our with whatever the smaller lifter does. It works exactly like Orion. Orion does that. The Orion capsule is about 5 meters wide, and then the fairing is just slightly bigger. If we scale Orion's down from 5 meter to 2.5, right? A 3 meter fairing works fine with 2.5. See the spaces in between there? And then the launch escape system is mounted on truss segments to the capsule. This is just an aerodynamic shell. Is this EFT-1? That's Artemis 1 right there. Worm logo. That's Artemis 1. That's the capsule that's sitting on SLS right now. What is this game? I've never seen it before. Yeah, it's some new rocket game that I found, Kim. It's actually really neat. Yeah, see, I can do the same idea as this, but I need to get that curve shape right, so as Sneaky said, so this thing doesn't end up looking like an egg. Yeah, that's gonna look pretty cool. My Mobius strip in Gmod. Gmod, wow. Blast from the past. Neat. And then this will afford us to basically build out a 2.5 service module. And then if we need to hit the aborter, right? If we need to hit the abort system, right? We separate that. This goes this way, right? And then that fairing pops off. So that fairing pops off, and then it carries the aerodynamic shell, and it carries the capsule inside of the aerodynamic shell. And then, if we really wanted to be fancy, we could put RCS up at the top and put some tanks in here for the steering system. So we could make the flaming trash can. Or we could mimic the flaming trash can. This is what I kind of want for a capsule. I kind of want something like Orion, believe it or not. Yeah, I want something like Orion or the Apollo CSM. Not necessarily reusable, but the capsule is. That's nice. So no integrated service module. I'm starting with a non-integrated service module, design Hellfish, just to see what happens. Orion with a Apollo CSM, pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I mean, I can flesh this out a lot better, but yeah, we'll redo that some other time. For now, let's just edit the fairing. Word. And where's our center of mass? Where did that end up? Not bad. Okay. And then on that should afford us a 2.5 service module. You think KSP2 is coming out this year? Maybe. Dutch Guy 38-month resub. Great being part of such a supportive community for such a long time. It made a big difference. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's just, for instance, let's put this here. Where does that end up with a service module? Just out of curiosity. Now, generally, service modules aren't like a contiguous tank like this, because most service modules on craft use hypergolic propellants. It's actually a bunch of smaller tanks grouped together inside of a lattice that's just cylindric shaped, usually. So, like, what happens if we put this here? What are we talking about for our Delta V? Let me switch over to vacuum. 2500 Delta V at 0.4 TWR. 720 liquid fuel. That's too much. That exceeds expectations. Okay. So what about this? What about something like that? Where does that get us? 1594. And then if we had that, where does that get us? 1038. How much fuel do we have? 360. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. That's 360 and 440. Okay, so what other tanks could we use? So 360 divided by 24. 15. We would need 15 baguettes to get that done. That one holds Oscar B. We would need 15 of those. What about you? 360 divided by 9.9. We would need 36 of those. Okay. The baguettes have a bad mass fraction. They're 300 kilos. So 270 kilos of that is fuel. So we would need to do 270 kilos divided by 3.3 or 303. 89.1% mass fraction, meaning that 89% of it is fuel and the other 11 is tank. What about an Oscar B? Do you not like mods or just not use them? I just don't use them. I like the challenge of playing with stock KSP, using off-the-shelf applications. With that being said, because like I can make mods for KSP, I know how to model parts. It'd be kind of cool to make my own service module. And can you imagine how sweet it would be to design our own rockets? Like literally design the whole thing outside of KSP? That'd be pretty cool. But I don't know, maybe someday. Doto, thanks for the subs, man. I do appreciate it. You should make your own mod pack. That takes time, Hippo. That's the problem. You want to see me take a break from KSP? I would have to take another like maybe 2-month break to get all the pieces done for the pack, all the fuel tanks, all the engines. That takes time. I would have to variety stream for a good amount of time, but it would be cool. Take 5 more? What?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, Warum, Doto. I want to be number 1. Oh my goodness. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So, the mass fraction here is 90 kilos plus 110 kilos. So we got 200 kilos and it's 225. So we do 200 divided by 225, and that gives us an 88.8% mass fraction. The baguette has a better mass fraction. Huh. That gives us 944 VAC. Wait, how is that possible? How far have we made it in game? Mission mode, we went to the moon. Never went to Minmus. Yeah, I know. The architecture needed to be scaled up, which is what I'm trying to do now, Kizek. Could it be that that was the opposite when we were doing... Could it be that was the opposite when we were doing stuff for Jetstar? That gives us 1629, and that's 16 tanks. And 1080, that pretty much adds up. This is usually how service modules are made, guys. So, like, if we look at the Apollo service module diagram, look. It's just basically a lattice structure that's cylindric, right? And it has all the tanks, the oxidizer tanks, and the Eclipse is on the, they're divvied up into sections. It's pie cuts. See? Put those in the CSM part end to end. I always hated the CSM part. It's not scaled correctly, Core, but I'll do it. If you want to see it. Yeah, I never liked this thing. It's just, yeah, it's not scaled right, and it's kind of annoying to look at. But maybe with our design that we're going with our capsule design, it might be better. Who knows? So the kind of typical design for this would be that. The typical propulsion system would be this thing. Right. It's just too long, man. How much does the SM weigh? 500 kilos. So here, let's just do some... Why? Stop it. 748 in vac. And if we have double that, 13. Are you planning to name each command module? Yeah, Beer, I think so. That would be cool for our missions. And if I find a way to make the capsules reusable, we could reuse them like Dragon. It's not that far-fetched of an idea. It's possible. It's just difficult. And then you could string these tanks together to make them look like the pressure vessels. Make them look like bigger tanks. I don't necessarily mind clipping fuel tanks, but you don't go overboard. Like, if they overlap like that to make it look right, I'm okay with it. But yeah, I mean, that's because different propellants are stored at different densities in real life, so clipping some fuel tanks is more, in fact, more realistic if you wanted to store the propellants at higher pressure. I mean, you're paying for the extra dry mass either way. Is the SSDO program dead? I don't know, man. Maybe. I think it would be better doing something like this in the long run, but who knows? That's 1340, and that doesn't look too bad, I guess, but actually, let's go back it up. Yeah, how about we go over here? See last plus. Holy shnikes, watch from 1 minute onwards. When it throttles up, the ground shakes. Yeah, it's a beast of an engine. How do you think where you remove... How do you do that? Think where you remove parts from detached subassemblies, huh? Just, left shift, left click will remove parts from unhighlighted subassemblies, dude. If you alt left click, it'll copy it, and then you can left shift, left click, detach. I don't like any of the service modules that are in the game by default, so I'll make my own. Because I freaking can. We want to set this to 2x radial. Place the tanks. That would be for our MMH tanks. And then 2x radial, that's for our NTO tanks, separated by a bulkhead. They literally put a firewall. This design actually is what saved Apollo 13 from just obliterating itself on, like, in space. Like, the whole service module could have popped like a zit. But what they did in the SM was this. It's a hexaweb in there. You have oxidizer and fuel. Oxidizer and fuel, they're separated by an aluminum bulkhead. And those systems are separated from your environmental control and life support systems and then your fuel cell systems. It's all separated into unique bulkheads. If something happens and there's an explosion, it doesn't blow sideways, it blows out the side of the module. That's literally what saved Apollo 13. Apollo 13, if this was all clustered together in one compartment, it would have blown the entire service module up. That's death. That is a death sentence. Bye-bye. But since part of it exploded and not all of it, right? I believe 4 was the one that popped. It was the oxygen tanks. Because they tried to stir the tanks, so I'm pretty sure this one. These all had blowout panels on the outside, so they would pop off. If there was an overpressure event inside of it, they'd pop out. That's what saved it. I have misstated the stream. What's the plan with KSP? I don't know. Shooting from the hip. Figure out what I want to do. So, I want to mimic that compartmentalized design. And people are going to say, it's the mass. Yeah. So, these panels don't weigh anything. Apollo was redesigned at 13 due to bad design clustering. Are you sure, Rocket Guy? I thought... They didn't abandon the hex web like this, though. Make one of them silver, it'll look cool. Could use flags, they have no mass. I mean, these weigh 20 kilos. Josh, it's nothing. They redesigned tank placement. Well, is this the Block 2 SM then, Rocket Guy, or what? To avoid knocking out O2. Here's the info on how they improved it. Let me see. Let's learn. Because this is something that I'm not familiar with. Let's take a look. Double redundant O2 tanks. So they moved some of the O2 tanks over here and had a double redundant system instead. Okay, I see what they're doing. I see what they did there. They kept the hex web design though. And what I'm saying is that hex web, the center section with these bulkheads going out in all directions, are what saved it. It was almost bad. All these things over here on the sides are just blowout panels. All right, Kizek, see you, buddy. $394. $700. I like that. TWR is overkill. Yeah, we probably don't need that. What are our options, Core? We have the 909, the Poodle. Poodle is too much overkill. What about you? No. Yeah, the cheetah might be what we want. 820. And you know what the cool part about this is? Because the center section is open, we could do exactly what they did with the Apollo CSM engine, and that's why there's a center cavity there. Because the engine goes in the center section, and then the nozzle goes out the back. Exactly like that. It gives us 820 meters a second. Not bad. Not bad at all. I might want to just gizmo these things in a little bit closer to each other. That's not bad. Doesn't Orion have like 200 meters a second Delta V in real life? No. No. Core, Orion has 1200 meters a second. No, 1190 something, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, Clayton, I got you. I got your message on Discord. Funsister, that footage was choice, dude. Good find. Seriously. Yeah, no, the gnarliest thing from that footage, dude. Okay, quick subject change, real fast, fellas. The gnarliest part of this footage, dude, is when there's footage of the like F6F Hellcats shooting down an H8K. It's gnarly, dude. Watch some of this footage. It's unbelievable. Where is it? 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 Look, this footage right here coming up.
20 ton.
Here, ready?
Uh-oh. Our patrols have spotted an
What?
enemy search plane and are after her.
That's a
Big bird.
well, they called it an Emily. It's an H8K. It's a big 4-engine maritime patrol plane that Japan had. Watch this.
20-ton, 4-motored Kawanishi seaplane. The kind we call Emily's.
Watch this. Some of this gun footage is gnarly. Oh, look at he's with his boy. Oh, damn. Yo.
This Emily's a tough old girl. Right now she's screaming for help and telling Tokyo by radio where we are.
Watch this. Look at how close this guy
Hellcats
gets.
are closing in on us.
Yo. Come on, boy. Damn. That's really close, man. Yo. You see how close that guy gets? You could read the markings on the side of the damn plane. Not this footage. This next one. You can very clearly see the IJN insignia right there. Oh my god. Yo, that's really close. The camera doesn't do it justice how close that guy is to flying up the tail end of that H8K. That's nuts. Absolutely insane.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's the part where I was like, okay. And then
So long, Emily.
it's just a bunch of people dying, whatever. A bunch of people went up in a big cloud of smoke. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That whole footage is crazy, man. Just a bunch of people just died. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Alright. Cool. So we got our engine mount here. 820. Back to the funky music. How many people do you think got hit before she went down? I mean, they peppered that thing with 50 cal, flyking. Those tracers, that's 50 caliber. So those bullets are about this big and about, I don't know, maybe the size of the diameter of a dime. Yeah, 50 cal. I mean, the H8K had canvas on it, if I'm remembering correctly. And this is a lot of things about the Japanese planes. The bullets went right through them. They went right through and came out the other side. You ideally, doesn't matter if it's a plane, whatever, you want the bullet to stay in there, because then it messes stuff up. Or you want it to tumble when it hits something. Because if a bullet tumbles, then you get the horizontal side of a bullet going into stuff, and that really messes stuff up. The 50s went right through it and came out the other side. They had that problem with Japanese planes. They had to figure out a way to shoot them down. And usually it's just peppering them with 50 cal. Nice, Roro. Tracers are every 5th or 6th round. Yep. Yeah, there's like 5 bullets in between the 2 rounds that are lit up. They're peppering that thing. And you have to, like, if you're trying to shoot down a plane, anybody that plays War Thunder knows about this. You cannot go at it right from the back. You'll get jet wash, and the turrets are pointed that way, so you'll get shot down. You have to come at it from like an angle, and then fly past it so they can't hit you. German pilots did the same thing against American bomber formations in 44 and 45. You have to come at it at an angle, like out of the plane's blind spot, if you can find a blind spot. Ideally, like from the side. It's tough stuff, dude. It's tough to get near those things without getting peppered. As opposed to the USN planes like the Hellcat and the Corsair, which were flying bricks. Yep, pretty much. The Avenger was a heavy plane. Okay, so how many here do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 on each side, so we have 8. And we have a lot of free real estate inside of this for other things, which is cool. I was a good Tale of Survivor bias from those days, yeah, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You like it, Audrey? It's okay. It's not bad. Perhaps build something similar out of a fairing to reduce mass. $600 kilos for the service bays. Hey Pixel, been a while. Took a break from Twitch for a while. How you been? I've been all right. Repost. How is this an illegal move, dude? He entered the pit lane. You can't cross that yellow line. He crossed the yellow line, Flecken. He used the pit entrance to gain an advantage. At least that's my guess. How heavy is that structural tube? 33 kilos, so 60, about 70 pounds. What's that smaller pipe out the back? It's an open cycle engine. That's the dump from the turbo pumps, Jono. This engine is open cycle. So like an open cycle engine has a gas generator on it, and I'm not sure if they modeled it on this engine. Let's take a look. Yeah, for the most part. So see, you have turbo pumps, right? The turbo pumps are a jet engine that's attached to the side of the rocket. It's a jet engine, but it's a jet engine that's designed to turn something. So think about a jet engine, and the jet engine is blowing hot air out the back, right? Or hot gases out the back, and then you have another fan behind it, and it's blowing onto that fan. Same like if you blew on a pinwheel, right? It would work. So a gas generator is a jet engine, a turbojet, that's pushing on another turbine wheel, and that turbine wheel is spinning. And in this case, in a rocket engine, that turbine wheel is spinning a fuel pump. It's a jet-powered fuel pump. That's what a gas generator is. So, a lot of the times, those gas generators have an open cycle, meaning that the exhaust from the jet engine just dumps all overboard. So, like, here. Marlin? Can't type today. So, like, if you look at SpaceX's, this is a Falcon 9 motor. These are the 9 engines that are in Falcon 9, right? And in the first stage. See, look at the dump on the side. They'll show it real close here in a second. This is an open cycle engine. See the vent off the side? Look at it's spewing out fuel-rich mixture because they run fuel-rich to keep the gas turbine cool. If you spray a lot of fuel in there and not a lot of oxidizer, you get a very, very efficient. You get a not very efficient burn, but very high energy, and you run fuel, and it keeps it cool. Yeah, see. That's what that smaller pipe does out the back, Jono. It's an open cycle engine. In Kerbal, they modeled it just to look nice, but that's generally what that pipe on the side is. It's the open cycle dump. Now, there are some engines, right? There are some engines that are a closed cycle. What's a closed cycle engine? Well, the Saturn V first stage engines have the gas turbine on the side. There's the gas generator. The gas generator exhaust is channeled into the nozzle. Because remember how I said they were running fuel rich? They run cool. The jet engine exhaust is cooler than the rocket engine exhaust, so they dump it into the nozzle. And this is called film cooling. Right there. This is a closed cycle film cooling engine. So basically, those gases get circulated into this manifold, and then you have the hot rocket exhaust, you have the gas generator exhaust, and then you have the outside of the nozzle. It provides a nice film on the outside to keep the nozzle from melting. That's a closed cycle film cooling engine. That's same idea as the Merlin engine, only instead of a pipe coming off the side, they have a pipe that goes into the nozzle. Yeah, it keeps it cool. So yeah, that's little word on why rockets have a dump over the side. Yeah, no problem, dude. And keep in mind, they take some creative liberties in KSP, so you can't like trace the plumbing on the motor. This looks like one of the gas. This looks like differential gas generators with one of them dumping over the side and the other one closed cycle, that's just artistic license from Rover, dude. From the guy that made the engine. It's designed to look nice. It's not really like super functional, you know? Need like 600 more. Yeah. Not bad. It's powered by Voodoo locks. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that whole thing is gimbaled. Yeah, Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to make a nozzle move like that is a little bit complicated. It's literally easier to just turn the entire engine with hydraulics, turn the whole frickin' thing, and mount the rocket engine on a ball joint. Or, it's not a ball joint, it's called a gimbal. That's why rockets tilting around is called gimbal and not thrust vectoring. Because rocket engines have a fixed thrust vector. This thing doesn't move. The nozzle doesn't change shape. That's what thrust vectoring does. Right? Like a jet engine. With a jet engine you can do that. But what's coming out of this and what's coming out of a jet engine is two different things. this is way more powerful. So if you tried to put like thrust vanes on the nozzle to try and do what you do with a jet engine with this thing, you'll just melt the vanes. There would be no vanes left. It would end up returning to this shape. So with rocket engines, it's just easier to literally just do that. Just turn the whole engine and put some flex joints on the pipes going into it. That's it. And put it on a gimbal. That's why, like I said, that's why it's called gimbal and not thrust vectoring. SRBs have movable nozzles, Josh. SRBs have the movable nozzles because you can't, in that particular application, articulate nozzle and a fixed booster, right? Makes sense because you can't turn the entire SRB, right? That's not gonna work. So, like, SLS's SRBs, dude, those have a movable nozzle, and that's what this aft skirt is for. The aft skirt, and why this thing kind of goes out at the sides on the bottom, is to hold the rocket in place with the hold down points, and then this part of the nozzle actually moves over the throat like this. The more you know. And you can go and play the kazoo. Alright. In your opinion, would there be any benefit to adding some kind of launch catapult to do a launch tower for potential vehicles? No, Taco. The rocket engine can do what the catapult can do way easier, and you're already using it anyway, so no, not at all. Primo, you're not fooling anybody. You're not here for space news. You want to talk to me about something. Don't excuse me when space news. We all know what you're doing. Oh, hi, Brimo. What's new with you? Lies and deception. Yeah, see? I don't know what it's called. Just know the sound it makes when it lies. No, I was actually curious. I don't have anything to talk to you about for once. Oh, yeah, I suppose we could do it. 1507. Double, the bilobe service module tanks are actually that's pretty cool. And I can find a way to cut down on parts and, yeah. I was aiming for about 1200, Duffney. About 1200, give or take. Yeah, Brimo, we're on to you. I gotta redesign it, Hellfish. I found ways to optimize this already. Alright, so that's a good idea for the service module. I like this. This is pretty rad. Spat, give me reason to live. Okay. Let me do something real quick, dudes. Get rid of this. Take that. Dump this. Alright. You like those, Sneaky? TV had circulars, yeah, that's true. Banana, that's right. Banana. Dude, I totally forgot about that. Banana. Ooh, new game. What's this about? Yeah, it's a game where you design and build rockets. I know. A little strange, right? Oh, fancy. Never heard of it before. Yeah. Dynetics, not Dianetics, Maverick. I don't know. Nah, Bandit, I don't know. I've never heard of that before. Jamaican DJ, working on new capsule, friend. What we have, the cheetah is the best engine for the application, dude. It's good thrust to weight, so we can lug payloads around, and it's really good specific impulse. 355. There's not many engines that are better. And most importantly, the cheetah is not expensive. $850. Shuttle engine is $18,000. Aerospikes, $38.50. See what I'm talking about? I love Robert Parker, man. Could use 2 Wolfhounds. Diminishing return though. 345 at 60 kilonewtons vacuum. So 2 of them would give me a 1 tons of 1,000 kilos of engine at 120 kilonewtons of thrust at 345 specific impulse. This thing is 1 ton of engine that produces 125 at 355. It's for the same mass, you get more thrust and more efficiency. See what I'm talking about? That's the best engine for the application. The next engine up would be the Cheetah, or not the Cheetah, the Poodle. The Poodle is 1.75 tons. It's double the thrust of this. And at 350 specific impulse. What about Sparks? Sparks? Why the frick would I want those? I mean, I don't know. We would need a bunch of them. That's 120 kilonewtons of thrust for... ...78 kilograms of mass, or no, 780 kilos. We get 120 at 320, so we're lighter. We're lighter, but less efficient. But the... Alright, 1258 for that one. What about this? This is 1368. Still, Cheetah's still a better application. It's still a better application, man. What game is this? It's some new rocket game that I've cracked into. It seems like it's right up my alley, XSM, to be honest with you. Because you like design and build rockets in this game. Seems pretty neat. Aerospike? I'm not doing Aerospike, it's too expensive and no gimbal. What we could do, just on a side note, is something that Orion actually has. Orion has a main propulsion system, and then it has maneuvering and control thrusters for precise movements like this. So, with this rocket engine, we don't have to deep throttle it. We could do much more precise control with the spark engines. Because then we could cycle between 120 and 40 kilonewtons of thrust for low axis thrust. Which is what Orion does. Orion has that too. It has smaller maneuvering thrusters. So does Starliner, for what it's worth. I think I struck photography gold. Oh, that's very nice. Nice, Alex. The placement of your solar panels is making my OCD sad. I think I struck photographic gold. I know what he said. Now my OCD is happy. I haven't changed anything, you dolt. I haven't changed anything. I didn't change anything. I literally closed the doors. You said photography. Yeah, but I was thinking about something different. It's different. I got to do something with this area here, but I do like this. I do like this SM design. Update SM and attachment fairing. All right. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, guys. I'm going to go grab something to eat. And then I'll be back for space news. Yeah. I like this. It's nice. We'll just... believe it or not, I'm probably going to work on this capsule design a little bit off stream. And I'll bring something to the table, I don't know, maybe tomorrow or something. Hey, Ensign, what's going on? I was on the line for an hour there. What are you doing exactly? Just messing with capsule designs. I'm trying to work on a deep space capsule. Yeah.